Time for a heart-to-heart, Lassie. How's it going? I hope things are going good. Ah, Jesus Christ. Thank you. Thank you for the heart attack right away. Anyway, F-Bank. So, we are going to be doing some Power Wash Simulator and just chilling out tonight. Sort of relaxing, just enjoying ourselves. We have the Alice DLC that we're going to be doing, the Wonderland stuff. And in general, we're just going to chill. Just going to enjoy our time and, you know, have a nice relax. Hopefully. Hopefully it's nice and relaxing. I don't know, we'll see. Alright. Let me move over to the game tab and I will boot this stuff up and all jazz. So while I was sitting here, I noticed just how much money I've made over the course of playing this game. Oh! That's a lot of money. Is it just me, or can I not hear anything? I don't know. Is there anybody else who's having this issue? Because I can hear stuff on my end, and it looks like stuff is exporting properly. But that could just be me. Ah, hello. Get all the money. Loads of money. Pink says they can hear it. Evbay says they can hear it. I would say refresh, and if that doesn't work, check to see if, like, you know, the little speaker button is not, like, disabled somehow. Thank you very much for throwing confetti. It's a Mapley. Hello. Freaking Christ! Pretty sure that was an acorn. God damn it. I feel like I need to add a coffee cup just specifically for Mapley. Ow. You know, one thing I wonder... There's got to be a way... Yippee! There's got to be a way that you can add, like, you know, breakable objects. Like, the second they actually hit you, they just, like, smash. I got to look into that, because I think that'd be kind of cool. Anyways, we're going to the White Rabbit's house. Also, I need to turn on the game PC's audio. There we go. It's working fine. Also, let me turn it up just a hair. There we go. I'd love that. Break stuff over my frickin' face. I do have a mug model that you can use if you like. Perhaps. I don't know. I will look into this. I'm late! I'm late! I'm definitely late! Exactly. Alright, so Bill the Lizard is the one who's talking here. Alright, Governor, you must be the, freaking apples? With the thingamajig, and not a moment too soon, I'd say. That there's Mr. Rabbit's place with several O's in it. Well, have no... if you mean, unfortunately, he ain't around to tell you... Oh, hey, look, Snap's here. How you doing? As he's off trying to apprehend a 20-foot girl what's disappeared in thin air. Good luck with that, I say. Anyway, better get to it. I mean, there's, Anyway, yeah. Yeah! Place filthy. Let's just go with that. There we go. Oh, joyous day. What the heck did they do in here? There's a bunch of, like, pink crap and sprinkles everywhere. What the frig? And also some weird digital fuzz. What the heck? More Alice in Wonderland? Yes. I don't know how much there is in this DLC, but I don't mind saying that the White Rabbit, White Rabbit's as mad as a hat full of angry carrots. Agreed. God, this place is a nightmare. I mean, wouldn't you be? Mad as in crazy. After an odd day rushing here, there, and everywhere, he comes home, opens his door to see what? This garbage. Look at all the pots and things. Oh, this is gonna look real cool when it's done. Cheshire Cat, we're all mad here. An enormous arm giving him the elbow, that's what. Imagine this is Snowball fight with Wally and Barnaby, but instead of snowballs, apples. Or was it a knee? Well, I guess it's time for us to get to work here. How did the pressure washer guy manage to get his way into Wonderland, by the way? Do we know this? What is the plot, like, specific elements involved with the power wash guy somehow managing to show up here? You've developed a new hyperfixation? Oh, do tell. So I just had a thought. Power wash guy for Smash. What do you think? I think that would be funny. Oh, Cookie Run Kingdom. I know many people that are really interested in that. Not massively into it. Kind of lukewarm on it. Mostly because, like, I don't do a heck of a lot of stuff with mobile games at all nowadays. But that doesn't mean that it isn't good quality. There we go. I do appreciate, like, you know, live services that actually stick around and, you know, do their live service, as opposed to a lot of other people who are just like, oh yeah, okay, we tried our live service and it didn't work out, so we're just gonna go ahead and leave with all your money. Goodbye! No, Cookie Run Kingdom has been around for a long friggin' time, and they just keep on releasing updates for stuff, so, you know, I think that is admirable. Much better than EA, who, like, you know, they start up a video game server, and then, like, 3 years later, they're like, well, we want people to be playing on the newer games, so we're just gonna say you're not allowed to play on this server anymore. Goodbye! It's like, frickin'. It's old! You need to move over to the new game. So it's like, the new game is basically the same as the old game, except it has, like, a slight uptick in polish, and also, like, one extra gun. And you're just like, yeah, so it's the new one. It's in our new engine. See, we don't want to upkeep so many quality products all at once. Wait, do you think we're made of money? It's like, well, yes. How much money have you gotten from me? I mean, you know, I have not bought anything from EA in a very long time, so the answer to that is none. But point still stands. Mad Hatter versus Snatcher. I'm not up to date on my Alice in Wonderland and, you know, Wonderland lore, so I don't know what the Mad Hatter is capable of. I mean, is his abilities literally just being crazy? Is that it? A complete wacko? Because I don't know. I don't think that can stand up to, you know, a ghost that eats souls. There we go. Landing complete. Look how colorful it is in here. Yay. Huh! Christ! His thing is just being insane because nothing makes sense. I mean, yes. Does that technically make him the most sane person in Wonderland, then? Considering the fact that he is well aware of the fact that nothing makes sense? It's an interesting thing to think about. So what's been going on in the world of BitBit? Yes? Yeah. I've talked your ear off about 3D printing a hell of a lot. Though, I have been doing many, many really cool things with it. Why does the Cheshire Cat remind me of Totoro? You mean the Cheshire Cat in this one? This particular version? Or are we talking just like Cheshire Cat in a couple of different variations of it? Speaking of which, is Cheshire Cat anywhere in this level specifically? Oh yeah. Hello. Hey, sir. Are you the one causing chaos? Oh. Ah! I mean, Totoro is a gigantic kitty. Though Totoro also has many, many limbs, so I don't know if it's an exact comparison. It's like a spider cat. Are you thinking of Cat Bus? Oh, hey, hold on a second. Am I thinking about something wrong? Oh, Totoro! Oh, yeah, you're right. Totoro is something entirely different. I'm thinking of Cat Bus. There we go. I'm assuming that it's probably the wide grin, grin kind of thing. That's probably what you're comparing them both to. How could you tell time on this piece of garbage? Also, I wonder how they made the models for these things. Like, how they went about it, just being like, okay, so we need a grandfather clock, but we also need it to be bendy and weird. And so it's just like, okay, so how do we do that? Do we first model this grandfather clock and then bend it? Or, like, do we make plans for its shape in, like, concept art and then just directly model the clock based specifically off of the off of like the specific like key art? Is that how they did? I don't know. I'm kind of interested in knowing what the process was for coming up with a bunch of the stuff like props wise in this place. All this architecture like is really making me reminisce and like again, a lot of Disney-related properties, even though Alice in Wonderland technically is not technically a Disney property. It's its own thing, and, Disney just licensed it, essentially. Hey, Shell, how you doing? But a lot of this reminds me of, like, some of the crazy sequences in either Dumbo or that one Winnie the Pooh thing, where they ripped off Elephants on Parade, except they made it Heffalumps and Woozles. Just like, same damn sequence. I mean, it was a different sequence, don't get me wrong. But it's just like, oh, come on. It's a bunch of funny elephants in a weird drug trip environment. Oh, it's your birthday? Happy frikin' birthday! Ah! There we go. Well, this corner of the area seems clean. What are your birthday plans? Are you doing anything fun? Did I do anything fun like my last birthday? Not really. I don't know. When you get older, like, having a birthday is more like, oh, okay. One more notch in my belt? Cool. And then that's about it. And then you move on with your day. And then you go to work. And maybe you'll have co-workers celebrate your birthday a little bit by, like, getting you a cupcake or something. Anyways, White Rabbit does what any proud homeowner would do. He climbs up the window, tutting away. Do tell, what an interesting rabbit. But no sooner had he got up to the window that this huge ant comes out and swats him away like he was a gnat or something. Straight into his prize-winning cucumber frame. Gosh darn. There we go. I'm genuinely trying to think of, like, I don't know. I have had a lot of low-key birthdays as of recently. Like, nothing super crazy. It's just like, okay, I might hang out with some friends and family. We might have a cake or something. And then bada bing, bada bang, bada boom. That's it. Haven't really had, like, the drive to do anything else. It's just like, oh, yeah, one more year. Hey, congratulations! You survived the pandemic, I guess. Though apparently there's an uptick on COVID as of recently. I don't know why. I've seen so many people within my timelines, like, talking about how they're getting COVID. And I'm like, holy fuck. This is like, freaking, yeah. Man, COVID sucks. I've had it. It's awful. Even, like, I was vaccinated and it was still just absolutely, like, dreadful. So I'm very thankful that I went and I got myself, vaccine not too long ago. I think that was about, like, 4 months ago. I got, like, a booster. Good move. Congratulations! You rotated around the sun 1 more year! Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Aw, there's a carrot on top of the fireplace. That's adorable. Fireplace carrot. Nice. Ding. Oh, doing good so far. Okie dokie. Let me move you over here. Just so you're not getting in the way. I don't know, most of the fun that I have made for myself tends to be like, funny enough, I've done less stuff for, like, birthdays. I haven't planned around birthdays or anything like that. More, I've just been planning, like, fun things, like, spontaneously more. You know what I mean? Yeah, like, I'm kind of looking at life and situations, and I think to myself, like, I mean, we don't need a specific time of the day or, a time of the year in order for us to, like, celebrate or have fun or do something exciting. Like, why not try and do something fun just if we feel like doing something fun? That kind of thing. And it doesn't have to be, like, something gargantuan. Like, I don't have to take a trip out to, like, a state park or whatever the heck. It's like, no, I could just, like, I'll go out to a restaurant with somebody. Or just go to a regular old park. Hey. One thing I haven't done in a while is a picnic or something. Picnics are not something that, like, you actively really think about at this age. Or at least, like, I don't. Maybe some other people do, but I certainly haven't. When was the last time anybody has ever been on a picnic here? I'm kind of curious about that. Like, you might have been on a picnic, like, for a special occasion like 4th of July, something like that. And that counts. So basically, like, when have you, like, brought a lunch and camped out somewhere and had a nice meal? You see picnics a lot in, like, cartoons and movies and things, and you're just like, how many people actually do that? I don't know. I know many people that have become homebodies, Hey, Diamond's here. I started playing Portal recently. Now I know where the When Life Gives You Lemons skit is from. Haha, there you go. When life gives you lemons. Don't make lemonade. Make life take lemons back. Get mad. It's a classic. I'm glad that you got to experience that. I don't want your damn lemons! It's an absolutely classic performance. Welcome to my home display while I'm cleaning. Oh, hello. It is good to be here. This is a very strange house. Ew, where did you get this decor? Found out why Cheshire Cat reminds me of Totoro. There's a quote from the fandom that says, "Reality is for people who lack imagination." Wait, so where is that quote from? Are we talking like, is that like an Alice quote, or is that like a quote from Totoro? Hadn't played it in forever, then it came out on Switch, and I was like, yes, please. Still holds up after all these years. Valve's really, like, they've made some really time-tested pieces of, like, you know, video game history, I gotta say. Oh, Totoro. Ah, okay. Well, funny, because that sounds a heck of a lot like something you'd hear in Alice. Anyway, I would argue that, like, Half-Life 2 holds up really significantly well. Like, to a ridiculous extent. Now, obviously, like, Half-Life 1 has got, like, its scuffiness. You know what I mean? Like, visually, it absolutely does not hold up, and also, like, mechanically, it definitely does live in, like, the 90s FPS era, so you can't really say that about that. But honestly, like, Half-Life 2, I feel like that actually does have, like, a significant amount of hold-up. It also helps that, like, you know, Valve has done a lot of work to keep that game upkept so that it continues to still run really well on modern systems. You know, like, they give a shit about their backlog of games, for sure. I mean, heck, like, not long ago, they just released Half-Life 1 again in, like, an anniversary sort of collection thing. Or, no, not collection. It was, like, an anniversary edition, which was essentially just, like, you know, there's a sale for Half-Life 1 on the Steam store, and we have updated it so that we are, like... Funny enough, they actually updated some things. They were just like, so there's a bunch of, like, classic elements to the game that have been changed over the years. We're going to reverse those. Because we're like, oh, yeah, there's a lot of, like, nostalgia involved with, you know, things like, oh, the opening intro. Yeah, let's put that back. There's a bunch of, like, classic models that people, like, are really big fans of. Let's put those back as well. Like, they're like, oh, well, you know, we made improvements, but kind of gets in the way of, like, what people remember about the games. Let's stick to our legacy. And I appreciate that, you know? There is an ear here. Hello. The ears have arrived. This freaking staircase is scuzzy. It's a freaking mess and a half. There you go. It's just funny, like, how many games have been getting, like, you know, little resurgences thanks to the fact they've been coming out on Switch. And it's all because the Switch was, like, heavily, heavily bought by so many people. The adoption rate for that thing is crazy. Suddenly everyone was like, I want a piece of that pie. Can I get a piece of that pie? Snap versus you. Well, he's currently sitting on my head at the moment. So I think it's probably to my safety that I say Snap would win. Ain't that right, Snap? No, I didn't say anything about your mother. Satisfaction. If you were to tell me, like, you know, a couple years back, if you were to tell me, just being like, hey, you're gonna get, like, stupidly addicted to a funny game where you just power wash the sides of walls, I probably would have been like, yeah. I probably just was like, yeah, that sounds like me. Sounds like the weirdest thing that could possibly happen on my live streams. Okay. That staircase still, like, nasty. Snap stole a pie. What? Wait, where? Huh? What do you mean he stole a pie? When? Where? And for what purpose? What's he doing with a pie? Exactly. Stop it. Stop it. Ugh. Throwing things at me. Bully. So he tries again and gets the same treatment, says Bill the Lizard, who I cannot do his accent to save my life. At this point, I volunteered at his suggestion to climb in through the chimney. And freaking Christ! Man. Flamin' Nora. I was given the boot such as makes you forget what day it is. Yippee! I forget what day it is. Still yesterday, right? I think one of my favorite things about... Oh, frickin' Christ! Ah! Stop. I did nothing! I did nothing to you! I gotta say, that's a very easy way to get me very distracted. Just throw stuff at me and eventually, like... Oh, Conductor versus Jax. Oh, thank you. Yippee! Murder. I don't really know. That's a hard one. Both of them could potentially commit murder, I feel. I feel like Conductor would be... Maybe Conductor would win because I feel Conductor would be a little bit more successful in his murder. Jack so far has, like, as far as we're aware, has not succeeded in any of his missions to be a violent snipe. Conductor, on the other hand, he's caused much worse train calamities, so... Although, ironically, both of them have been on train calamities. So, I don't know. Really weird synchronicity on that one. Here, grab myself a drink. Grabbing that and all that jazz. So I forget. Did I talk about that whole, like, that cyber security thing that happened not too long ago? God, that's like the talk on, like, so many people's lips right now. Holy crap. I don't know how much more needs to be done. I'm sure there's plenty of different places that are currently working around the clock to get things back together. But, man... Kind of just goes to show, like, we live in a interconnected environment, but sometimes I feel like we need to go back to having more, like, stationary pieces of equipment that are not, like, don't require having internet connection. Maybe that's just me. Is that a strange dab? The Starbucks near my house was giving out free drinks. They was giving out free drinks just because they were like... Now, was that happening at the exact same time as the computer issue? If that's the, were they giving out free drinks because they were just like, well, we can't make a sale today. Crap. Yes, that's freaking awesome. And the benefit, less money goes to Starbucks. All right. Okay. Ooh, there's a lot of stuff here that's not quite clean yet. There we go. How many more? Oh. See a little fuzzy stuff back there. A little corner there. I love one of the canon things when it comes to this guy. He has a, superhero vision to be able to detect scuzz. Got 10 coffees. That doesn't sound healthy. Do they make you sign a waiver? That is waiver territory, I feel. Where it's just like, okay, this is your 5th one. Time to start taking, like, our responsibility off the table. No. But yeah, no, the freaking hell, that computer issue. A lot of people have pointed out, like, basically what happened was, I mean, like, it was basically what Y2K was supposed to be. And, like, you know, except, you know, for real. Free coffee. And I'm wondering, how many of you guys, like, heard what the actual cause of that was? Or, like, you know, how many people have, like, a solid understanding of what it was that caused it? Because I've seen a couple of places and talk about it, and I'm not, like, you know, super ridiculously smart when it comes to things related to networking and stuff, but, like, I have a vague idea, so I think I can kind of understand. Charity says they think. Nova says, I don't know. So, you know, don't directly quote me on this one because I could be wrong on a couple of fronts. Antivirus software, right? That is correct. So what happened was, according to some reports I've seen, on Friday, there was an antivirus software that is specifically one that gets sent out to, like, enterprise. So, you know, big businesses. Yippee! Antivirus! Yeah, that software was sent out to, well, okay, so they had to release a patch, apparently, and they released it on a Friday. Now, anybody within cybersecurity or anybody that is, like, you know, a system admin, in fact, there were a couple of system admins that were making fun of this. They mentioned that, like, there's a reason why there is a saying in the IT department, and that is, you don't push code on a Friday. You don't do it. Now, the reason why you don't do it is because Friday is the day when everybody is packing up and going off to the weekend. And that means that a whole bunch of the people that would normally be on hand to fix things will not be there. Or, at the very least, you know, they don't want to be there, that's for sure. Maybe they might end up being forced to be there just because of, you know, Red Alert, DEFCON 5 kind of stuff. But yeah, you don't push code, like, before the weekend happens, like, especially patches. And this is exactly why. Like, it's clear that the company that was involved with the security here, they rushed putting this patch out there, and that ended up, they didn't do proper testing to make sure that it was safe and okay. You know, they didn't send it out to a small group of testers or something. You know, they didn't release the patch in waves or anything. They were just like, nope, everyone gets this patch all at once. And that one, what ended up happening was that instead of, like, you know, like 1,000 computers ending up getting the glitch, it was every single one of their customers. And that glitch made it so that a bunch of Windows-based computers within Enterprise blue screened, and in order for them to fix them and stop them from boot looping, which is basically when a computer just constantly keeps trying to start up and just can't, and then restarts and then tries to start up again, but then can't and then restarts. Yeah, in order to fix that, you had to put the computer in, like, safe mode, and you had to go into the computer and delete one very specific file to get it to stop trying to open it up. Now, luckily that does fix it. But I know a lot of other people that they fixed it by just going into recovery mode in their computer and going back to a previous version of their system before they did the update. That works too, but that's a little bit more work. But, like, needless to say, now it was a shit show. You know, air traffic just went completely down. As well as there were plenty of, like, hospitals and, like, you know, major places where, you know, commerce and things like that suddenly couldn't run anymore. Maple is just something wicked this way comes. Oh, that's ominous. He's spooky. Keep on keeping on, Maple. Keep on making them improvements. Okay, I'm up at the top of the tree now. There have been times where I wondered, like, how cool it would be if I had a house. Like, a tree house or something like that. Or at least, like, I think how cool it would be. And then I remember that a tree house usually is built into a tree, which consists of a lot of, like, you know, gnats and bugs and stuff like that. Like, oh, it's a real cool idea in theory to have like a super bougie treehouse with a whole bunch of like, you know, cool amenities and you know, neat snacks and stuff like that, and you know, hanging out and you know, like maybe board games or something. But I was just like, then you remember, oh yeah, I'm gonna have to share the space with like anything that comes my way, including like wood ticks. No. Wonder how Alice would look when she grows huge in this house. I doubt they implemented that into the game, but that would be interesting. Okay, my dad works with a company that thing happened to. Oh, that really sucks. I've not seen JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I've seen a lot of JoJo memes, but that is about it. I respect it. That's about as far as I can say when it comes to JoJo. Here we go. Come to think of it, like, I really have not touched much anything related to anime since I was, like, in my teens. After that, I just kind of trailed off and did other stuff. Alice eats an eat-me treat and overgrows in the White Rabbit's house. Could that be why this mess is here? Interesting. I only know what's happened considering my dad works in code and computer stuff. We got a lot of nerdy dads in here. I suppose that, you know, this thing probably affected a lot of people, including people outside the code sphere, so, maybe it's not just that. Maybe it's just like, oh, you know, people who work with computer terminals and they couldn't work on their computer terminals for the day. Looks like she took a dump and was bleeding pink blood. I don't want to think about that. Yeah, I'm going to, like, you know, jettison that from my brain. Thank you very much. Can I have a notification sound? Because I have created an alarm thing that will go off when your stream starts. Oh, so notification sound? You know, like... Bap, 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 bap. I don't know why you would use that as a notification sound, but... Bleh. Hello. I'm Big Bang! Just because I said funny noises doesn't give you the right to throw things at me. Ooh, that's done. Thank you! Oh, what have I unlocked? That's me, the funny sound guy. Oh. Doing the funny sounds and things. Yes, it does. We're throwing things at you, so you shut up. Okay, fair enough. Then I won't say anything at all. Yeah. Well, fine. There we go. Oh, okay. Well, once again, I'm at least happy that you threw it at my mouth so I can eat a little bit of pie. No! Oh, where'd my pie go? Dang it. I've heard it. Everybody wants me on the floor. No, I will not do the dinosaur. Meh. Oh, hello, Snowball. I can't believe it's 6 days until my birthday. Happy early birthday. Yay. Now, like I said... Ah! Respawn? As I said, does anybody have any, like, birthday plans or anything really exciting related to that? Or, did anybody have any really exciting birthday things that they did for their birthday recently? Or, you know, basically, did you have some ridiculous party on your birthday anytime soon? Or anytime recently? Because it's weird. I haven't. I don't really do that anymore. It's more of a, like, I will go out and I will party with friends at situations when, like, we feel like going out and partying. We don't try and look for excuses being like, hey, it's your birthday. It's like, no, we can have fun whenever. Ow. It's like a party popper. It just sort of explodes in it. Like, if it's in your hand, it kind of hurts, but... Howdy, ducky. Ducky! Ah, frig. Maple Leaf has officially lost their marbles. Yeah. Why? How many points do you have? Oh, God, I need to drain them. Is there a purge button? Can I purge them all from somebody? Actually, that's a good question. Can I give points? I gotta figure that out. Is there a way that people could, like, you know, make points through, like, contests? Or something similar? Hello, there is a shoop in here. No! How dare you? Not when shoop's in here. Oh dear, give me a second. I don't think I have Discord audio enabled. Oh, speaking of which, so I accidentally completely cleared my Discord settings in this browser thingy. Give me a minute. Stop throwing shit at me. Okay. Hopefully this doesn't sound weird. Is that the right one?
Meh. Meh.
Hold on. Now I have to set it up so that I can, like, you know, hear a preview of it in my ears.
Meh.
Oh, okay, I think it is working, I just can't hear it. The stream probably hears it just fine. I'm looking like
Can any of you hear me?
Clonk. Okay, I could probably hear you now.
Hello.
Hi. Welcome. How are you?
Fine, especially after this. Meh.
Take that, duck.
I now have a use for all these points that I've hoarded.
Oh, good. I
Yes,
see. I need to make some new ones because clearly people love them. I got to give people a reason to, like, I don't know, more reasons to use them, more fun things. There we go. Hey. So what you been doing?
Finished a long day at work, and now I'm getting to relax.
Good stuff. Very chill.
Bean attack.
Beans!
There's a maple in here. Beans!
Bean attack.
Beans!
Ah, okay. Pie in face. Maple continues to keep throwing things at me. Give me a moment. I have to go over to my own soundboard and throw other things. Ah, frig! God!
500 cigarettes.
Oh, God. I love that new meme.
500 cigarettes.
500 cigarettes.
It's only because of little snippets on YouTube, on the shorts, that I actually know what it's from.
Yep. Honestly,
And how
the Orville isn't bad. Like, I was talking about that with some people recently. It's weird.
Yeah.
It's like just Seth MacFarlane was like, I want my own Star Trek. And then he just made his own Star Trek. Except more funny. Maple? New emotes, right? How about you glitching out?
Bongle dingle dangle, yickety doo, yickety da, ping pong, lippy tappy toot.
Tippy tappa toota.
DJ.
Technically there is like a filter in this program. Hello, Pi. There is a filter in this program that does do like visual glitches. I just don't know how to like do that temporarily. I have to figure out how nodes work a little bit better, and then maybe I could do something like that. Although it depends on what you mean by glitches.
Anyways, I just wanted to stop by and say hi and throw shit at you.
Well, you've
Say
accomplished
hi,
all.
say
of
hi
these
to
things.
me, throw shit at him. I'm all on board with that. I feel honored for Maple to say hi to me.
Okay. I looked at the glitch effect that Pink sent, and don't know if I'd be able to pull off something like that clean. Hello, Kyle. How you doing?
Oh, just on vacation.
Ooh. Oh yeah, that's right. We were talking about that.
Yeah.
I hope you're chilling, at the very least.
Oh, yeah.
Anyways,
Feel good in this one.
Anyway, Maple, you heading out?
yeah.
Okie dokie.
See ya.
Catch you later.
Popped in to say hi.
Hello. You're cutting out just a little bit. I'm assuming you're... Frickin' pie. I'm assuming you're on mobile.
Yup.
No?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Okie dokie. Because you're just a little bit quieter than you normally would be.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I could scream louder, but I don't want to wake up my neighbors.
No, it's okay. I'm upping it on my end.
But how else are you supposed to announce that you're there? You're there to terrify.
I would like to loudly announce that I am a menace to your society.
Yup. That checks out.
Yep.
All right. Well, I was just popping in to say hi. I gotta go to bed because I gotta wake up early.
Ooh, disgusting. But I hope you have a very decent day tomorrow.
Yeah, you too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, catch you around.
See ya.
I just gotta figure out which one of these buttons is the hang-up button because all I get
Oh
is a
God, that's right.
Yay, Discord out, layout. Terrible stuff.
nope. I don't check the chat. Uh-oh. Okay, nope. Put that. That one is. Oh, I'm starting an activity now. Great. What's this one do? Oh, no video positions. Just the way I like it.
Just like he presses a button, he accidentally leaks his entire social security. Fucking embarrassing. Agreed. Pink says, "Do you want to see? Wait, do you want some brownies before you go to bed? Do you want to see a chainsaw and hockey mask? What the frig you going on about? Is that lyrics I don't know about?"
I don't know, but depends on what kind of brownies they are.
Right.
I'm not going to bed yet.
If they're slightly more interesting. Oh, that's from The Simpsons?
Oh,
really?
I remember. Oh God.
God, I don't remember that at all. See, I
like-
did not actually watch The Simpsons growing up because my parents, like, we were a little bit too excited about The Simpsons, like, at one point. Like, we watched some episodes and we really, really loved them. But our parents were just like, okay, you guys keep quoting from The Simpsons over and over and over again, and we think it's a bad influence, so stop it. Like, you cannot watch The Simpsons anymore. And we're just like, aw, man. So,
I didn't really have that issue. I just was at least told, don't take anything to heart. Don't actually do anything you see on it because it's not real.
mm-hmm. Well, that's what I wish my parents did. You know, I wish they were just like, hey, just don't do what they do on the television. But and for the most part, my folks were kind of okay with that. Like that, they tended to do that for most things. But there were those like spare moments where my folks would just be like, okay, nope, we're putting our foot down on this one. We're not allowing you to watch this, period. And, you know, in hindsight, I would look back at it and be like, you know, that was a nothing burger. What are you talking about? The Simpsons was one of those things. I feel like they could have easily just, like, talked to us and just been like, okay, hey, they say some stuff on that show that ain't exactly nice. So we would like you to not quote from it. You can still watch it and you can enjoy it, but just like, you know, don't like get obsessed over it. And you know what? I think we would have listened. I feel they just needed to frickin' talk to us, I feel.
Yep, and there was also the threat of wound up actually messed up for school or whatnot, bad grades or whatnot. Oh yeah, you ain't getting TV.
Oh yeah, right. Well, you know, there was always that looming fear. The one where the parents were just like, you've just lost your TV privileges. Flashbacks from the corner gas incident. What the heck happened with corner gas? I need more details on this.
I see the YouTube comment from Nova of what is the Simpson. You haven't heard of the
look,
Simpsons.
There are plenty of people in my chat or who are like, 14, who have not been like, alive long enough to be in the relevant eras.
Stop. You said a number that I don't like. You
14?
said a number I don't like.
14.
Shh.
Unfortunately,
with a
fetuses
pie.
exist on the internet, sir.
Shh. I will threaten you with a pie.
Do it. You won't.
You know what? Challenge happily accepted.
You're gonna have to go through the You're gonna have to go through the the roulette and see if you can even get a pie to begin with. Haha! Snowball. No balls. Oh. Haha! Boba. Haha! Hey. You got it. And now I have pie just hanging there. What are you doing?
Again, I had a massive amount of points, and I'm actually using them for something.
What?
So it's like, my threats are not empty.
Right. These are locked and loaded. There we go.
But yes, I am aware of the youth that are out there.
Sometimes I forget, like, I'll just talk about something like it's just a given thing in pop culture, and then I remember, oh yeah, there are people that don't, that weren't alive when this happened. And I'm like, oh, whoops. Oh, the other day, Weird Al released a new polka. Did you see that?
No.
Okay, first of all, did you like Weird Al?
Yes.
There's a new polka.
I am a part of the generation where anything that pokes at all in good humor and also obviously pointing out the redundancies, I've always enjoyed them.
I mean, I just thought Weird Al was funny. I didn't think too much far into it, just being like, yes, that is a swinger. He is a trend chaser. No, he's an anti-trend chaser, that guy. That Weird Al.
Hey, remember, Weird Al had it of, I can't remember which group it was. They wanted to come up with a song that Weird Al couldn't actually make fun of. So they did something really zany, and he saw that as a challenge of, you know what, I'm going to make it the most patriotic thing ever. And he actually pulled that off. And people loved it.
What song was that?
You haven't heard about it?
Which
I
song?
can't remember what the name of it. Give me a moment. I'll actually stop
I'm very curious about that.
Give me a moment. I'll do my sleuthing.
Do you want the detailed one or the barely sentenced one? Start out with the basic, and if I'm more curious about it, then yeah, go into it further. But yeah, give me the short version first. There we go. It's getting all cleaned up in here. Oh, I remember. Okay, I think I remember you. You said a story like this, if I remember correctly. Yeah, you called a stranger an asshole because you watched Corner Gas. You were 3. Yeah, that happens. That happens. Unfortunately. I mean, what are you gonna do? Kids are sponges. They absorb a lot of information. Now that I think about it, yeah, I really do feel like you told that story before. And, like, my brain just threw it out for some reason. I really enjoyed the show, weirdly. I don't think it's weird at all. Corner Gas is awesome. It's a bunch of goofy Canadians. There we go. My memory is absolutely slow as hell. Sometimes it takes a little bit of a jump start. But once you jump start it, oh, it kicks back into gear. Maybe that's why I liked it, got mostly American TV. Hold up a second. Corner Gas isn't American. Goddamn Canada. There we go. What's funny is that, like, you know, I'm doing this power washing business indoors. I don't know how many places allow you to do power washing indoors. Like, this place will be flooded.
Hopefully they got good insurance.
Mm-hmm. Does their insurance cover me? Oh, you're saying, and that's why I liked it, because I watched mostly American content. Interesting. So something Canadian was a nice refresh. Oh, so you're saying, like, it was just nice to get something slightly different than what you're usually used to. That's fair, yeah. I don't know. Canada's, like, it's not like it's a weird foreign country or anything. There's a couple things that are different with them, but for the most part, they're just kind of like, you know, that they have very, very similar elements to us, except, like, they have slightly higher interest in protecting the environment, and I mean, by that I mean slightly. Oh, and also the French. Aside from that, there's a lot of, you know, similarities between us. There we go. What's this on the desk? Oh, it's a fan with carrots on it. Funny. What the heck? You can get American TV in Canada, maybe because I used to live nearby the border. Interesting. Man, that ain't something that's going to be able to be done in, like... I mean, technically you can get digital television over satellite nowadays a little bit, but only specific channels, and most stuff has been locked down to, like, you know, satellite television and cable. You don't really hear anybody getting TV over the airwaves now. Analog TV is very dead. Because, you know, we needed to free up that airspace so that we can play stuff like, I don't know, more like cell phone data. There we go. Clean in that corner. How goes the search for the weirdest of owls?
Still digging.
Smoky smoky. Anyway, his new song is like, it's a polka, because obviously it's freaking Weird Al. Yep. And it's like just some of the biggest hits from the past 10 years. He's like, yeah, I haven't done a song in a while, so here's a polka of like the last 10 years of big hits from different celebrities, and I'm just like, yes, yes, thank God. I needed some good Weird Al polka. I'm not gonna lie, like the second I found out he put it out, like I ended up listening to that song like 5 times that day. And not even like in a row. I heard it like once, and then I would just be like waltzing along, and I'd be like, "Oh God, you know what I need to hear? This again." Do you remember the Fitness Gram Pacer test? Yeah, I remember the Fitness Gram Pacer test. I think everybody has done the Fitness Gram Pacer test, despite the fact that like, doesn't matter. I don't know. There's probably a point to it in some way. I don't think so. I mean, I'm sure there's probably like some reason on paper for why they have kids do it, but I'm just like, eh. I mean, it's supposed to like test your stamina and your ability to actually like, do physical exertion. Like, I get that. I know the reason why they do it. It's just kind of one of those things where it's like, I don't know. It's strange that it's such like, a ubiquitous thing. Maybe it's not that weird. I mean, there's the SATs, which is a standardized test that every freaking student does. And that uses the brain. Why can't we have a standardized test for the body? I don't know. I don't think it's that weird. I'm turning around on a lot of my thoughts today, apparently. Also, what am I cleaning here? What Weird Al nonsense is this? My sister sleeps with scissors in her... Why the heck does she do that? That sounds absolutely dangerous and probably shouldn't be happening. I get paranoia, but, like, maybe don't do that. There we go. An owl-themed drawer. That's what it appears to be. I wondered if, like, is there some specific, like, character reference going on there? Or is it just, like, goofy, funny owl thing? Also, hi, I exist. Hello, Maddie. How you doing? Hope things are good. We're getting pretty clean in here now. Now I just gotta clean this little cubby out. Yes! This is how you clean your bed sheets. Power washer. It's vibing. 2 mandatory tests here. One is math that happens every 2 years, and the other is the literacy test, and that's in high school. Welcome to Canada. Yeah. There we go. Oh, God. I can't imagine, like, waking up in the morning to, like, stained glass shining down in your freaking face. No, thank you. Sounds miserable as heck.
I would like it if actually had like a stained glass window of actually having other panels. They would actually swap them out. That way you can
Okay.
always actually have it changed a little bit.
I guess that'd be nice.
Meanwhile, you're full on spraying actual clothes or whatnot. They're just jade sponges.
Okay, I think that's this cubby done. Okay, now I need to clean, like, the bottom portion in here. As well as, I'm sure that there's probably some more splotches and things on, like, the tree branches up here. Stained glass window, beloved. Much aesthetic. I'm not against the idea of having stained glass window. Yeah, don't get me wrong. It's like, if I'm going to have a stained glass window, I want to make sure that I have it, like, in a place that will be not annoying. And I feel like it's just... First of all, having a window anywhere near your bedside is annoying as hell. Like, by standard. Alone. But now to, like, have a stained glass window where, like, one piece of light might be hitting one eye, and then another piece of light might be hitting the other eye, and now you're just sitting there with, like, double color vision, just being like, I'm not awake enough for this. It's like, that just seems like a triple sin, you know what I mean? Okay, is that basically... I mean, oh, I see a little bit of, scuzz. Got the messes inside this thing are like freaking hiding. I have a window right next to my bed IRL, so I probably have no room to judge or comment. Maybe it's just like, you know, a philosophy thing. Maybe it's one of those just like people that are built different. I am certainly built very different. I am very photosensitive, and I hate waking up to a bunch of light in my face. It's actually one of the reasons why I wear a sleep mask. Because I'm just like, yeah, no, I'm not going to ruin my day first thing in the morning.
I sleep like the dead until my body decides to actually go, hey, you're going to be hungry soon.
You know, or if duty calls and somebody needs you to work on something.
Yeah.
Or go to work. Block.
There.
That's
I don't
that
know.
is me with Billy
good.
Bust Up Suncatcher. Oh man, the Suncatcher Billy Bust Up thing. I was very tempted to pick that up. And they're talking about a Suncatcher thing that, like, when sunlight hits it, it turns into a bunch of like little rainbow. Oh, hello. I got... Oh, Devin and Raccoon is raiding with a party of 16. I didn't get... Oh, maybe maybe my overlay is being covered up by the images of Power Wash Simulator. Very neat. Well, how you doing, Raccoon? I hope you guys are having fun. I noticed that you guys have been doing a heck of a lot of things related to Sonic. Also, I saw that you and Archie are currently doing the whole the friggin' Mario RPG stuff. I think it's either Mario RPG or Thousand Year Door. I forget which one. Oh, I've been tempted to go and watch it, but I'm like, I want to play those games. And somehow, over the course of me being alive, I have not been massively spoiled by anything, aside from knowing that certain characters exist. So I'm just like, well, have fun. I may or may not be making plans to start up one of those games sometime very soon. Anyways, how are you guys doing, people who are currently coming in and raiding for the stream? If you don't know who I am Bitby. I am a water elemental that is currently living inside this strange box realm here. And I am currently playing Power Wash Simulator because I'm chemically addicted. Rock and Arch been doing the Paper Mario. I'm impressed with your lack of spoiling. I mean, I know, like, certain things and, like, you know, there are certain pop culture things you can't get around. Trying to remember a couple of things. You know what? I think it's just the fact that I have a lack of attention on a lot of stuff. Maybe that's just me. Usually just, more or less cosplay a dead... What the frick are you talking... We were talking about sleep before you guys came in here. I think that's what this is referencing. I cosplay a dead corpse when I am asleep until my body decides to just randomly make me conscious yet again.
It's fun when you actually something you wake up flailing about. I love those moments. Mm-hmm. When I say love, despise.
Yeah. This is Shoop, by the way. Say hello, Shoop.
Hello, people that joined in and raided. Yeah. And please, dude, take prime opportunity to get to have a little fun with this.
Stop throwing crap at me! Why? Pleasure to meet the both of you. Thank you, Super. I appreciate you a lot. Again, I'm currently just cleaning the White Rabbit's den at the moment. Very trippy, very strange. Again, this is Power Wash Simulator, and this is the Wonderland DLC that recently came out. I'm doing good, thankies. Just battling a throat sickness. Ooh. Do you know what specifically it is? Because that's terrible. I hate you, Simulator, I see, says Sharina.
The missus is actually kind of dealing with some sort of little throat infection or whatnot. Had fun coughing at 4 in the morning.
Jeez. Dry throat, along with fever. Oh, that sucks. So I've seen a lot of people on my social media recently that have been getting COVID. I'm not going to tell you what you should or shouldn't do, but if you have not been vaccinated recently, think about it. Possibly. I don't know. I ended up getting a booster vaccine about like 4 months ago, so I think that was some pretty good timing. Yeah. Definitely get well soon. Slept through an earthquake once. Funny enough, yeah, that can happen. I'm trying to remember, like, I've slept through quite a bit. Like, when I get myself to sleep, it can be very difficult to wake me up. I am one of two things, either very photosensitive, or when I actually conk out for the night. Sometimes I'm just, like, completely impossible to wake up. Take my pills and enough sleep. Luckily, it was the weekend. That's good stuff. All right. Ew. Scuzz. Get out of here. Well, at least, I mean, okay. I don't want to say at least it was bacterial. Actually, bacterial sometimes sucks even more. Because bacterial illness is something that you are very likely not going to get over easily unless you take something for it. I think a bacterial infection can pass through over time. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. I am not a medical professional or anything. But I do know that, like, a lot of doctors say, like, yeah, we're not going to play around with this. Let's just get you the antibiotics and call it good. I have to take 2 pills just to get a chance to get some sleep sometimes. Very much an insomniac. Ugh. Yeah, I've been trying to come up with a couple of different ways to try and get myself to sleep. I know, like, I have been attempting to try and do more, like, guided meditation kind of stuff. Which, I don't know. There are a lot of people that hear that and they go, ew! You know, like, new age, hoity-toity weird. Dude, honestly, like, meditation, basically, imagine, like, it's kind of like a hypnosis, you know? Except the hypnosis is literally just, you know, lie there and relax and, like, you know, detense your body. That's kind of it. That's what guided meditation is. I mean, heck, like, meditation in general is just that. Kind of putting yourself into, like, a meditative hypnotic state. And that's kind of it. Melatonin pills to sleep and lavender spray. Oh! You know, I have never tried incense or anything like that. And that is one thing, like, you know, perhaps some sort of aromatherapy would be kind of nice. Ding, ding. There we go. Way too many times that I've been late to school because my mom just couldn't wake me up in time at all. I am trying to recall if that ever happened with me. Oh, I remember. I just remembered one thing, actually. What's it like being 90% water? I'm only used to being 75% of it. Not too different, except I'm just a tiny bit squishier. And also, you know, my fingers do, like, the weird every now and then. You know, because they don't have bones. Come on, do the strange. I know you can. What direction do... Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have any bones. It's strange. My nerd dad is here with us. Nerd! I'm kidding. Howdy. You are among friends. Wow, interesting.
Wait,
What was that?
I'm a friend?
Oh, hello.
I thought
Oh,
it
hey,
was just
Solitary
some
Bear
nerd
followed.
friend.
Hello. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I suppose you are also Nerd Dad. Ah, hello. Thank you for the yippee issue. There we go. This kitchen is so filthy.
Must have been quite a party.
Definitely. One time I woke up confused because I wasn't in school, so I went down and my mom asked, "Hey, how you feeling?" And I was like, "Fine, what happened?" And said, "Oh, you told me you had a stomach ache. Apparently I talked in my sleep." Well, guess your body told, I don't know, maybe you did have a stomach ache. Oh, look at all the dings. Everything getting clean. Mad Hatter must have had a rave in here. Last I checked, raves don't involve just throwing pink crap everywhere. But maybe that's just me. I don't know. Didn't mean to skip school. So, I didn't skip school, but I did remember that there was one time when I went to the nurse's office for something. I don't remember what it was. I think it might have been like a massive headache. Because it's not like migraines or anything, but I have had some like really rock solid headaches in school in the past. And so I went in there to, get some painkillers and things and to like rest it off. And so, I lied down and just sort of like curled up a little bit on the cot. And those things are not comfortable. Like the entire point of those beds are just to hold you there for an extended period of time. And that's it. You don't sleep on those things at all. But somehow, apparently I did manage to like, knock out. And then I woke up like 2 hours later and I was just like, what? What? School! I missed a few classes! And the nurse was just like, oh yeah, you were just so out of it and so tired. So like, I didn't want to wake you up. So I just kind of left you. I'm just like, what are you doing? I don't know what homework I need to get. Yeah, nice nurse, but at the same time, I'm just like, oh God, I'm gonna be behind. She meant well. Obviously, she meant well, but like, oh no. Favorite conductor lines. Oh God, that's a good question. I mean, maybe heart-to-heart loss? Possibly. I mean, him shouting peck neck is like infinite. That just, that is a good thing any time of the day. So here you go. There goes your GPA. Oh no! No, I need the good grades so that I can get to the college or something. I don't know. I wasn't a great student. Let's be real. I was not an amazing student. Actually, that's one of the reasons why I was just like, I need to be good at anything I possibly can. One of them is staying awake. Please and thank you. Never was a good student either. Yeah. I think for me, like, I don't know. I have got a really well-tuned inbuilt BS sensor. And there were a lot of times in school where, they make you do a lot of different tasks and things. And I think even when I was younger, I would be sitting there and I would be doing whatever assignment it was that I was like tasked to do. And I would just be sitting there thinking like, what the heck is the point of this? Especially in math classes where I'm just like, am I really going to need to know all this info? This is really, really obnoxious. And I'm doing like a packet of math a day on like a new formula of like algebra equation, and I'm just like, why? One, I'm not going to remember this, and two, I'm never going to use this. Like, it's one thing if there's somebody who's really into math, who's just like, oh my god, this is amazing, look at this formula. The numbers, they totally make sense. But it's another thing for somebody like me who's just like, number go burr. I'm not stupid. I'm just like, it's not engaging me at all. Even today, people use calculators to exchange money, and schools forbid us to use it. Calculators to exchange money? Are we talking like, you know, oh, hello, Chatty Frog subscribe. Hello, thank you. I appreciate it. Especially in a day and age where we all have computers basically welded to our daggum hands, so if we need an answer for something, we could just look it up. Oh, cashiers. That makes sense. Here's the thing. I'm not going to say that it isn't a good idea to have, like, an innate ability to do basic math. You know, like, I'm not going to be an advocate for, like, nah, whatever, let's just all be stupid and let the computer tell us what's right and what's wrong. Like, no, you should probably have a little intuition in your head about stuff. But, like, when you get into advanced math, you know, when you start doing crazy long division related stuff, that's when you start to, I don't know, at least I start to question things. From like, do I need this? I understand why it's important for me to understand how to, like, you know, divide something by 6. Okay. Or, like, you know, divide something by 20. Got it. Understood. But, like, why are we, like, solving problem for X again? What? I don't understand. Cashiers, oh yeah. It's like a game for math lovers. And for some people, like, you know, I know a handful of people that are just really massively interested in math. Just like, their brains are wired different, man. They're made of different stuff. And for people like that who want to be in math classes, or if they see math classes and go, shoot, that's easy, go for it. That's awesome. Do it. But that's not me. You know, I'm not massively into that. I would have been much more interested in, you know, learning how to do my freaking taxes. You know, could we have done that in high school? Or, like, you know, basic contract law? So that people have an idea of what they're signing away. I feel that's a little bit more important in this day and age. Totally get you on the basics, but if it's something that, like, you'd see trying to fly a rocket into the sun or some BS, what the average person is going to need to know, probably not. Had someone once claim if I ever wanted a career in animation, I would need to know how to do trigonometry. Okay, my brain is doing a little hiccup at the moment. I know the word trigonometry. I'm not sure what it is. What's trigonometry? Loved math until calculus.
Same here.
I love the way that you worded that. It's like, yeah, math was all plain and simple, and we all were living a happy and healthy life. And that's when the calculus attacked. Jesus. Coming this summer. They swept in like the Fire Nation. Exactly. Yeah, trigonometry. What is trigonometry? By all means. I'm calling on the hive mind of the chat to figure out what trigonometry is.
Talking to the wrong person. And I actually help answer what someone else said. You have your hands is a keyboard. With the keyboard, you can look it up.
Sounds like triangle. Yeah, it probably has something to do with triangulating or something. Nova says, I used to sleep 24/7 in school, but now I draw 24/7 in school. Well, there's an upgrade. At least, like, drawing's productive. Well, I mean, sleeping can be productive, too, if, you know, like, if you needed the sleep. So that's kind of important. I don't even know what trig is, because even my teacher gave up on teaching me that kind of math, which is a statement in and of itself. Used to hate creative writing in elementary school so much that I would just create math problems and solve them instead. That's interesting. See, I think I remember I wasn't really interested in writing or anything like that. But then as I got older, I realized how sort of chill it is to do writing. And now, like, whenever I'm doing any sort of work on video productions, one of my favorite things to do is the writing process. You know, because it just allows me to just sit there and type and let my brain wander. And then I have to look it over and be like, okay, this is a tangent, this is a tangent, this is a tangent. Get out. Oh, okay, exact definition of trigonometry from Super Sci-Fi. Trigonometry is a branch of mathematics concerned with relationships between angles and side lengths of triangles. Bingo! There we go. Why the heck would an animation student need to know trigonometry? I understand, like, you know, you might need to be able to see things in 3D space, and possibly you might need to know things about perspective. Why would you need... Would trigonometry help in that situation? I'm not going to say it won't. I'm not to say it couldn't. I don't know if that's the first thing that would pop into my head, though. I don't know. There's probably, like, an animation teacher that's looking at me and, you know, shaking their head. Just being like, what are they teaching you in schools nowadays? Clearly not much. Clearly not trigonometry. I admire people who can free flow write with ease. Creating is a big struggle for me, but I love revising and editing for others. Somewhat me. I don't know. I do like being a little bit of the proofreader in certain situations, for sure. I think that the people that I am extremely jealous of are people that just have the ability to be able to, like, draw from, like, the top of their head. That is a skill and a half that has been honed for many, many, many years, and that's a lot of dedication. Like, to me, that is really impressive. Oh, lore for things. Look at the carrot cutlery and... Okay, we can confirm. So that's a peeler. So he does make potatoes. I'm someone who dreams to be a filmmaker and make my own superhero cartoon. I've been practicing writing scripts for it, and I would love to learn some animation someday. Probably CGI, since I suck at drawing. See, I'm kind of in a very similar boat when it comes to you. Like, I'm not going to say I suck at drawing, but I will say that it takes me a lot longer to do drawing than I feel it would if I were to work with, like, animation software. Because, like, keyframing, I totally get that. I understand the concept behind that. And I feel like I could probably do keyframes pretty well. And if I have a 3D model all set up and ready to go, then I think I could possibly move into that direction. For those of you that don't know, by the way, I actually 3D modeled this model myself. Hi, how you doing? Yeah, I made the thing. Although, I will say, the design is actually not directly mine. It was originally created by an artist in my community, and her name is Maplekin. And her art is absolutely adorable, by the way. Go and look that stuff up if you feel like it. She got a Tumblr. There we go. But anyways, yeah, she's kind of like the bit mother, so to speak. And then we talked, like, back and forth one day, like about 3 years ago, and I was just like, kind of want to move into VTubing, and my community has gravitated towards this one persona. So can we just move into that? And she was just like, dude, heck yes. And I was just like, okay. And I've actually based this BitB model off of some reference pictures that she created a while back. So yeah. Never tried 3D, only edited in Vroid. Making stuff in, like, actual 3D, especially, like, in Blender, it is a very different monster, I will say. Like, it is quite literally, you have to go down to the nitty-gritty polygons and learn how to properly put together something that, like... What's a good way to put it? There's specific like rules when it comes to like symmetry and, you know, rigging and stuff related to that you need to kind of follow when it comes to doing 3D modeling and stuff. Technically, you don't have to, but it makes a lot of people a lot happier if and when you do, especially if you're working with other people. There's just specific standards you need to follow. And I guess for me, I wanted to make sure that this thing was nice and compatible with as much stuff as possible. So I followed as many rules as I could. Sounds like a monster willing to fight in order to learn how to do it. Oh, heck yeah. I think, if I remember right, the timeline for me was, I think it took me about 6 months of on and off work just for me to be able to learn how to do the thing. And again, this is like very on and off work, not consistent. If I was actually consistent and like dedicating a ton of time every single day to it, I probably could have gotten this done a lot sooner. But, you know, just because of my current circumstances and because I had a lot of other things on my plate at the time, I did need to like really space that out. But regardless, you know, regardless of how much time I spent on it, at the end of it, I had a model that I could call my own, and it makes me very happy. Though, I have discussed the idea of me going and redoing, not redoing this model, but like, you know, making a bit 3.0, because this is the 2.0 version. And with the 3.0, I don't know what exactly I would do. You know, one thing I was thinking about doing, a lot of people get very confused as to what the heck I am. Because they're just like, what are you? Are you blue bubblegum? Are you that strange blue goop from Portal 2? It's like, are you blue Peepus man? Are you made of Peepus? And I'm like, no, I'm not made of Peepus. So I feel like in the future, if I ever went for a different, if I went for like a new model, I think I would try and change up the shader a little bit to make it a little bit more obvious that this is water. Yeah. I'm not Peepus man. Stop making fun of me. Unfortunately, don't have anything that could probably run something like that. I'm stuck with 2 phones and nothing but game consoles. I don't have a proper laptop or anything like that. Yeah, that makes it tough. I will say, it's not ideal to run it on anything that is low power. But there are computers that can run Blender pretty well. So, I don't know. Little water effect would be nice, like waves moving down or flowing, or it might be too much. Oh, no. You know what? I think that would be perfectly fine. I don't want to make myself too speckly, though. You know, I don't want to look like I'm literally just like pond water. You know? I think that'd be funny. Okay, bedroom trees. Which tree? Which one? Which one of you is smelly? Oh, you're smelly. There it is. Familiar with the character design and even creature design, but yet to delve into modeling stuff. Really want to someday try it once I have a proper computer to do so, because I have one AU character turned OC that has kind of been my mascot of sorts since like 2019. Silly OC has been my brain rot for so long. Hey, very nice. You know what? That's some good motivation. By all means, like the reason why I went in and learned so much about 3D modeling is because I was like, I want to have this model. I want to know how to do the thing. So use that. Use that motivation. I could buy your water just very cartoony. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, that's the aesthetic that I'm going for. That's the one that I wanted to go for because like I love cartoons. I mean, I grew up with a ton of 90s cartoons back in the day. So for me, I wanted to be a little bit more cartoony. I know, I mean, on top of that, Mabely's art style kind of leans a little bit more into the cartoony element. For me, I think I like to lean a little bit further into it. Like for Mapley, it's more like, oh, artistic cartoony. For me, if I had the option, I would love to go for like more Saturday morning cartoon kind of thing. And honestly, VTubing equipment and VTubing technology has gotten like so freaking far that I'm sure that there are many different ways that I could probably really punch up on that. I love 80s, 90s, and early 2000s cartoons. Those are my favorite ones. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, God. I grew up on a lot. I mean, it's hard for me to even say for sure, but, like, there were a lot of Nickelodeon cartoons I remember watching back in the day. Cartoon Network. I didn't watch a lot of Disney Channel, but I did absorb a little bit of it. And I mean, that's pretty much the bulk of it, if I remember right. For some reason, in my head, the VeggieTales just popped back in. I guess that's technically a cartoon. It's a 3D rendered cartoon. How cursed would it be if I made a special bit version, except it's a blueberry? And then just make it a VeggieTales avatar. I think that'd be funny. Anyway, bedroom windows. Yay, blueberries. Let's see. Which one of you guys is Guz? Which one of you is the filth? Actually, how many windows was that? Bedroom windows, 7 out of 8. So most of these are done. That guy's fine. My OC is actually what I want to make my superhero show about. Him and team of teenage superheroes. Nice. I got a couple of ideas and concepts that have been rattling around in my head for like years and years and years. I think for me, I have a vision and an idea of like I would love to. What is it? Like you know, like shonen type of anime and stuff like that. I've had some ideas in my head about like shonen-esque kind of storylines and things. I have never like actually, you know, gone for it and tried to make anything similar to that. Hey, Sharina has followed. Thank you. I appreciate it. Silly me, haven't clicked that follow heart. It's fine. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Which one of these freaking windows is the dirty one? Am I crazy? None of these guys are... Trying to look for the one that's like flashing, but none of them are. You're giving me problems. Shonen anime is one of the best versions of anime. I love me some good action. Oh yeah, I like me the action. I also love me like, I don't know. So I have not seen a lot. I mean, the shonen anime that I remember growing up with back in the day, like I know a lot of people grew up with like Naruto and stuff similar like that. I was more of a DBZ kid. And so if I ever made some sort of a shonen type of show, it'd probably lean slightly into DBZ. Though I wouldn't want to straight up rip it off, if you know what I mean. Would you like to hear one of my favorite quotes from anything? Go for it. I'm gonna just spray down these windows and eventually one of them is going to give me a ding. Yeah, good to take inspiration and not just rip off. I think the number one issue that I have when it comes to anything that I could possibly make is that in order for you to actually make the anime or, you know, just anything anime adjacent, you need to have money. And that is something that I do not have. So, you know, I need all of you to actually I'm not going to say this. I'll say it jokingly, but I need all of you tonight to get on, you know, go to your bedside and pray for me and pray that I win the lottery. Don't actually do that. Ease joke. But I think that's kind of the only way that I would actually pull something like that off. Either that, or I have to get real freaking lucky. Money is the bane of all creatives. You have this big vision in your head of what you want it to be, but then you realize your wallet's empty, and you can't make it yet. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, if it goes to where you can't get rich, well, there's always just dropping dead.
I don't see how that helps! But I appreciate the input.
No problem.
Hablibli. Alright. May all your bacon burn. See, I don't know what that is a quote from, but that is metal as heck. Okay, this is... I'm losing my freaking mind. Which one of these windows? There's gotta be like a window that I'm not accounting for somewhere.
Count the number of windows that you see.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that one whole window? 6, 7.
And
8.
it says that there's 8.
So yeah, again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then up there, 8. It says that bedroom windows, 7 of 8. One of these sons of guns is filthy still, but none of them are flashing at the moment.
Alright, I'll help stare. I didn't really get any luck with trying to find out the one Weird Al song that I mentioned of. A lot of it is more of a recent song that he just done.
It is really intriguing. Like, if there was a challenge that was thrown down, and Al was just like, "Oh, hey, challenge accepted." Oh, was that it? Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Shut up. Okay. Cake
Oh
stand.
yeah, that's right. That's right. You can actually aim at each individual one, and it'll tell you what that piece is.
I understand now. Also, that section of my screen is being covered up by tablet at the moment.
Ha!
I've eaten raisin bread. It was delicious. Ooh. The timing of the dead was perfect. I like me some good timed stuff on streams. Well, we're in Wonderland. No better place to go mad. There we go. Yeah, this is a very filthy cake stand. Must be cleansed. There we go. There's so many tiny little trinkets in here. Clock rug. Really? I didn't get this clean? How? Oh. Well, all right. Fine. Entrance door hand. I didn't clean the handle all the way? Fine. So many tiny things. The entrance stairs. All right. I am so happy they have... Oh, that was a lot of scuzz. I'm happy they have this option in this game so that you can't get super ridiculously stuck. There we go. Raisins are so good. Yeah, I'm not massively into raisins, personally. Wow. Kitchen cabinets. Oh. I'm assuming, yeah, the undersides. Funny enough, it makes sense for you to miss these. Ooh. Okay, we got a couple more kitchen cabinets. Florian is here. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Cleanse. Shine up all them shoes. The kitchen ceiling. Cool. Kitchen floor transition strip. And that's the last thing. Freaking! Ah! I did it! Rabbit sends in a little bill. Neat. Anyway, Let's watch the chaos. There should be a sequence where I'm just running around like a crazy person. Oh, no. No, they cut that part out. Or they're just like, where's that tiny little... Where's the smelly?
Yeah, I think it somehow edits out the roaming around or idle time just to make it seem like, hey, you did it all in one go. Congratulations. You can put it up as a review.
I'm thankful. Very thankful for them. Yeah, Devin says, I don't understand this, but grapes equal good for raccoons, but raisins equal very bad. Huh. So is there some kind of like a chemical change that happens when grapes are dried up and turned into raisins? What the frig? Very confuzzle. Did the rabbit text, I'm late for a very important date earlier? I don't think I got to see that part. I don't remember if he did. In fact, I don't think I've gotten any text from the white rabbit. I got them from other people, but I don't think... Did the white rabbit send me a text? I think maybe he did. Some kind of a chemical thing. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, food is weird. Food has got a very strange breakdown. I mean, you know, we have a process where we take milk that we take from a cow, and then we allow it to just sit in vats for extended periods of time, and then it turns hardened, and then we take that, and then we like separate out different things like curds and whey, and then through processes of continued, straining through it, you eventually get cheese. We're a strange people. Food is a weird thing. And somehow cheese is safe to ingest. For some people. Not congest. Although I wonder, are some people do they get congested from cheese? Fermentation of the grape happens when turned into a grape. I don't know, that's my best guess. Well, now the question becomes, what happens when you give a raccoon wine? Let's not test this theory. This sounds like a terrible idea. Don't do it. Probably terrible. Probably terrible for him. Anyway, we got the cat. Oh, the caterpillar's mushrooms. Ooh, neat. Ah! Don't do it. Do not test this. Don't give wine to Rocky. No. He's got like a lack of inhibitions already. You do not want to get that raccoon any less inhibited, okay? Any more inhibited, I should say. Sorry. Misspoke. Anyway. The caterpillar. Let me ask you a question. If something is a problem and that something gets removed, does that problem get bigger or smaller? All depends on what's underneath. My problem was a mushroom, although it only became a problem once it was picked by a wandering child, as underneath it was a nest of millipedes. And with millipedes, where there's one dirty foot, there's a lots. Their fractious marching was a constant nuisance, so I told them the world is bigger than this and blew bubbles to rehouse them yonder. Now my problem has become the realization that the world is indeed bigger than this, so I've rolled myself into this cocoon, where I shall remain until both my logic and my home are flawless. It's already taken quite some time. It's a freaking writing for this game, I swear. What is happening? You say that as if people haven't potentially already done that for the sake of science and morbid curiosity. Human beings are weird. Human beings they're just like, hey, I wonder what happens if we take this bottle rocket and we shove it into a tree. And then people find out, oh, it makes a lot of splinters. We understand now. So wait, is this caterpillar sending me text messages while in a cocoon? Why am I surprised? I'd like to run my thoughts through a paradox that's been troubling me. Perhaps it's been troubling you too. I don't know, but I guess... Lay it on me, buddy. Break my brain. Destroy my synapses. It's a metaphor on my metamorphosis. Yeah, again, he really is sending me these text messages inside of a freaking cocoon. Actually, wait. He's a caterpillar. So is that technically a chrysalis? Metamorphosis, if you will. Puns. I think I remember that. For a moth, it's like a cocoon, if I remember right, and then... Or wait, is it the other way around? Is a moth a chrysalis and, like, a butterfly cocoon? Simply put, who am I? Ooh. Look at the tiny little feet. I like that. Cosmic horror time? Existential dread time? Yeah, we're there. Who am I? Who are you? Who are we? I like the little, like, you know, attention to detail and all of the muck. The muck tells a story, and that makes me happy. There we go. Man. Now it's been an incredibly long time since I've done anything Disney related. Mostly because most, like, new things Disney related make me feel jaded and sad and old. Where I'm just like, things weren't like this when I was a kid. Gosh dang it. Although I'm very happy that it's not just me. I'm happy that there are, like, plenty of people out there who are like, yeah, Disney movies kind of suck nowadays. It happens to everyone. I mean, I'd like to think that I'm not super jaded or, like, you know... I'd like to think that I am pretty, like, I don't know, open to new ideas and new suggestions for, like, you know, certain things. I'm not like, you know, everything was better when I was younger. You know what? Let's be real. There were some crappy things in the 90s and the 2000s, okay? There was some jank. I still try to remain decently optimistic. Looking forward to Deadpool and Wolverine. I haven't really looked into that much. I do know that I saw the original Deadpool, and then I didn't really, like, pay much attention to the other ones. This is a long frickin' bridge. Give me a second. Bonk. Look at all the bubbles. He's a bubbly gooply swamp. Woo! I have this one mop bucket that has a compartment which spins to dry the mop, and it's so fun to mess around with. The mop fidget spinner. The mop fidget toy. I'm on board with that. Jeez, how did they expect you to reach some of this stuff? Carefully, I guess. Spin mop? Speaking of fidget toys, since we're bringing that up, I've nearly completed all of the fidget toys that I am picking up for like that one birthday friend. Again, I got me a 3D printer, and I have been absolutely going ham on making those. Whooshy, whooshy, also hi there, says Arvamera. How you doing? Hope you're having a very lovely Sunday. There we go. I'm currently spraying down a bridge, so, yeah. I've had worse.
Oh, just water under the bridge.
Shut the ever-loving...
I have the power and you can't stop it.
I don't know. I feel like I should be proud, honestly. Favorite Disney quote? Yeah, sure. Not going to guarantee that I'm going to remember what that Disney quote is, but go for it.
You fool!
Absolute fool. Oh, Baymax, your personal healthcare companion, a scale of, a scale of 10, 10. How would you rate your pain? See, I didn't see Big Hero 6, but I know Baymax. Doing Gucci, currently watching my friend stream, but I'm also glad to see you streaming right now. Okay, I was just about to say, I was just like, I'm not 110% sure I know you. Yeah, parasocial, parasocial. In the future time zone, it is Monday. Ah, okay. I was just like, wait, you're a time traveler? Oh my god. Tell me what happens. If anything crazy is happening over there, I want to know firsthand. I don't know why, but I've had Back to the Future on my brain for a little bit here. I don't know, like, every once in a while, I just get back into this kick of remembering that Back to the Future is a thing, and it makes me happy. Asian moment. Yay! There we go. You know, one of these days, I do need to get my hands on the Back to the Future video game. I'm trying to remember, did that come out on the Wii? Because I don't know if there is a way to get your hands on it on PC anymore. I think that's one of those lost media things unless somebody has archived it. And I unfortunately did not pick that game up at the time that it came out. And I regret it because I'm just like, oh man, I love Back to the Future. Dang it. Mine's probably a three-way tie from Toy Story. Oh, from the lines Toy Story. That wasn't flying, that was falling with style. To infinity and beyond. And years of academy training wasted. Buzz Lightyear was a hoot. Friggin' great. Don't you get it? You see the hat? I am Mrs. Nesbit. Just losing his mind. There are no more marbles. They are gone. Buzz is the coolest toy ever. I still have quite a few of them. I have a whole Toy Story collection and 22... Oh, I'm 22 years old and I don't care. Look, I got a collection of plushies, all right? Absolutely no judgment whatsoever. Hush, hush, hush. Cooked some good food. Wait. Crazy happening. Cooked some good food. On the other hand, no running water. What? How'd you manage to pull that off? I mean, there are some foods that don't require running water, so what is the food? It probably would make more sense if I knew the food. What if Andy gets another dinosaur? A mean one. I just don't think I could take that kind of rejection. Oh, Toy Story was so freaking classic. Holy crap. Honestly, so I remember I really loved Toy Story 1. But God, I think Toy Story 2 edges it out. Because I don't know, there was just something about Toy Story 2 that like really hit me somewhere. Stocked up with water yesterday. Oh, okay, that explains it. Well, that's kind of cheating. I mean, okay, no, it's not cheating. It's just kind of one of those like, haha, I forged the riddle. Toy Story 2 is amazing. Who am I to break up the Roundup gang? Oh, man, there's so many things. So many things. Toy Story 1 is personally my favorite Disney movie ever. I do like the other as well, although they strangely get lower on my list of how much I like them as the movies go on, but I still enjoy them. I mean, that seems to be the consensus for a lot of people. I think the peak was definitely Toy Story 2, in my opinion. Like, the first one had just an absolutely classic frickin' story. In that, you know, it's a bunch of toys. What if the toys came to life? And, ooh, you know. And then Toy Story 2, it kind of expanded on that and just being like, but what if toy become obsolete? And I mean, technically, Toy Story 1 kind of did that in that, like, oh, well, Woody and the rest of the gang was not going to be played with anymore because, you know, Buzz rolled into town. And then suddenly everybody wants to play with the Buzz Lightyear. But this was more like, oh, we're falling apart. And, oh, no, we're going to, you know, we're not going to be fixed. That kind of thing. And then, like, it was kind of the exact same theme every single time after that, except it gets darker and darker and darker. It's just like, oh, what if we become obsolete and also, you know, we almost get thrown into a furnace? Spoilers. It's just like, oh my god. What the heck, man? Like, after a while, I can't deal with that much heartbreak. I'd like for these toys to get a really good, like, you know, a good ending, so to speak. Like, the series gets freaking existential. Nova is saying, what is Back to the Future? Oh god, don't make me start. I like Toy Story 3 because you can see Totoro in the background. Ooh, I didn't know that. Interesting. So Back to the Future. It's a movie that, I believe came out in, like, 1985. Or either that or, like, 1986, and they missed the mark. I don't remember. But it came out around that time. And it's a movie about a guy who he has a scientist friend named Doc, who has managed to figure out how time travel works. And he has turned a DeLorean, which is an old car, into a time machine. And the entire movie is basically, it surrounds like Marty and his time traveling shenanigans of him traveling back to like 1955, running into his parents, accidentally screwing up them meeting each other, and then he has to spend the rest of the movie trying to get his parents together. Otherwise, he's not going to exist. And like the entire movie, there's like a foreshadowing that, uh-oh, his family members are disappearing. Oh god, oh no. It's basically sort of, it's a comedy slash also, I wouldn't say action. It's mostly comedy. But it's one of my favorite movies of all time, just because of how like absolutely ridiculous it is and how sci-fi and goofy it is. I like me some goofy sci-fi elements and things, so that's kind of my jam. Back to the Future is also a classic. I do like that movie a lot. And 3 movies came out. There's Back to the Future 1, 2, and 3. And I think my number one complaint when it comes to the Back to the Future movies is that if you've seen one of them, you've seen all of them. You have basically seen all of them, because all of them do the exact same beats, exact same, like, story structure every single time. You know, oh, hey, Marty McFly, he's got a time machine somehow. Oh, boy, he's traveling back or forwards in time. Oh, timey-wimey shenanigans. But, uh-oh, we've screwed up the timeline. Oh, we better go and fix that. Here, we're going into another round of shenanigans. Uh-oh, but we need to be able to get back to 1985. It's literally the same freaking story every time, with, like, slightly different story beats. It's kind of it. And slightly different action sequences, which, like, okay. I like the different, like, flavor, text, and flavor in the different movies. But if you're not game on, like, just don't watch the movies all in a row, is what I'm saying. Watch, like, one, and then, like, give yourself a week. Except for the one joke where Doc and Marty switch lines in one of the movies. Oh, wait, what? I'm trying to remember. Wasn't that one where instead Marty went like, "Great Scott! Yeah, I know this is heavy." I remember that. But yeah, same flavor, different day, essentially. Yep, that one. They changed it up, but not nearly enough to, like, dignify the fact that it, you know, that it's an entire separate movie. Oh my god. I have been... Oh, this is a new bridge. God. My brain was just like, why am I working on the bridge again? Oh, it's a different bridge. Crap. Well, guess we'll work on that.
Well, at least you can't burn that bridge down.
Shush. The lamp in Spirited Away is a reference to lamp because somebody in Disney who was friends with the person who was who made Studio Ghibli helped with the English. Yippee! That's an interesting fact. To be fair, I guess they have the whole it's not broke down, well, it's not don't broke fix it kind of thing. I suppose, but it's like how many stories about Marty McFly running around and being like, you know, a super cool badass in a different time period can you make? I'm getting pelted with things again.
Oh no, what will you do?
Here. What will the water elemental do? What will he do? What revenge will he enact?
Stay tuned to find out more.
Stay tuned on this exciting episode of Dragon Ball B.
Does that mean we're
My
gonna have to
parents
do
are
3
forcing
more?
me to watch E.T. E.T.'s not bad. I think there are worse films to be forced to sit down and watch.
Yeah.
I mean, I know my parents, they definitely had me sit down through some stinkers before. So, yeah, no, E.T. ain't too bad of a movie. There we go. What do you think was the worst reboot of a franchise if you ever saw? I don't see a lot of reboots of franchises, so I don't know if I can fairly say that for sure. I definitely can't, like, you know, make the call of, like, this was the worst reboot ever. Let me think back. I feel like I'd probably have a better time figuring out, like TV reboots. Because I've seen a lot of TV reboots. Oh God, honestly, I don't know. Whenever something gets rebooted, I tend to just, like, avoid it like the plague and not touch it again. Because I'm like, you know what? I think we're done. So, yeah, hard to say for sure. I don't know. That's a good question. All right. Well, since you offered up the question, what do you think is the worst worst reboot in general? In fact, let's ask that to the rest of the chat. What do you think is one of the worst reboots? Whether it be on TV or movie. Oh, video game reboots? Oh, dude. Yeah, you got a point. Video game reboots. For some reason, I'm reminded of DMC. I don't play Devil May Cry, but I heard so many people who were just like, what were they thinking? What the hell were they thinking? So much so that they just retconned that and just basically said, yeah, that didn't happen. Anyway, Devil May Cry 5. And then we got Bury the Light. And now everything is fine.
I'll say I have actually done that one. I don't think it was bad, but they certainly did it their own way. Let me see. What was the studio? Was it like Ninja Art Studio? Oh God, Teen Titans Go.
Yep.
I
saw that.
So, yeah, yeah.
Man, yeah, I remember like I watched the original Teen Titans when it came out, and that was like such a freaking good show. Like, it had really good writing, really good action sequences, it had really good story beats, and like it was one of those shows that actually had like canonical moments that happened in the series that like are actually impactful. that like could change things from like a story perspective later on down the road, and like it actually felt like an interesting like serialized thing that you wanted to come in and explore and be excited about. And I would say like, yeah, I definitely prefer that over Teen Titans Go, which is basically, here's a cheapified version of Teen Titans, and they're going off and doing goofy, wacky adventures, and it's way more cartoony and like silly. I prefer the other one. I don't know. I've always kind of looked at Teen Titans Go as like, I don't know, different flavor for different audience, I feel, you know? It kind of sucks that, like, you know, it does feel like the Teen Titans is something that can no longer exist because they have such an interest in running Teen Titans Go at the moment. At the same time, though, I'm not going to immediately say that people aren't allowed to like Teen Titans Go, or they're not allowed to, like, have it simply because I'm not getting the original Teen Titans. That being said,
Yeah.
I have seen some Teen Titans episodes where I was just like, what are you doing? Go, I should say.
Mhm.
Like, there was that one episode where they had twerking in it, and I'm just like, can we not put twerking in kids' channel, like, shows? Like, just no. Please take that, throw it out. It does not need to be here. Inappropriate. The only good thing I could say about Teen Titans Go is that it introduced me to the song The Night Begins to Shine by the band Bear. Interesting. I don't know if I've heard of that. Personally dislike Call of Duty 3, but movie stuff, it might not count, but Bee and Puppy Cat, I definitely preferred the older animation.
I didn't
See,
know
I've never
that
seen
was-
Bee and Puppy Cat, but I've heard a
There's
lot of
little
people
things
that are
I've
big...
seen little bits of it. I haven't actually watched it.
Yeah, I know
But it
of
did
it.
seem like one of those kind of, you can have to correct me, kind of like heartfelt moments, meaningful events.
I've seen a couple things like that from Bee and Puppy Cat. The impression I always got from Bee and Puppy Cat was like, maybe it's just me, but the voice acting in that show is oddly sideways and stilted in a weird way. Like, I wouldn't call it bad, I would call it odd. Like, there's something sickly wholesome about it. And I don't know. It's like I said, definitely not bad, but it's a different flavor. So, I don't know. This is just something that I kind of noticed, you know, me being sort of like voice acting and whatnot. I think the best way to describe it is that a lot of the voice performances almost feel extremely grounded. Like, you know how, like, whenever you're watching television or something, sometimes voice actors kind of, like, play it up for the sake of the camera and all that jazz, or, you know, there's a little bit more drama enacted and stuff. With Bee and Puppy Cat, like, a lot of the scenarios and a lot of the voice lines are kind of just delivered in almost like a homely way. Kind of more of like a chilled out tone, and I'm just like, this is very interesting and strange. Anyway, that art thing, though, that did remind me of something. There is some interesting discourse on the internet from people asking which art style for Dexter's Laboratory they prefer. And that's right. Like, that's true. Like, Dexter's Lab went through, like, several different art styles over the years. And I'm pretty sure all of them had to do with the fact that, like, they only got so much funding for Dexter's Lab over the course of the time that it was on the air. And so, you know, they had to shift art style a couple of times just to meet demands and meet timetables, I think. I don't know if that's the exact story, but that seems to be the case, or what people are kind of assuming. Not a voice actor, but I felt like you were listening to two people talking or just general conversation. Maybe. I don't know. But anyway, no, in reference to the Dexter's Laboratory stuff, do I have any particular favorites for the animation for Dexter's Lab? I am kind of I'm kind of particular to like the middle art style. Like there was the really, really high budget stuff where all of the frames were like, you know, separately animated and all of the characters looked a little bit more like rounder and chunkier. And then in like the next set of seasons, it was a little bit more like cleaned up, and I think there were some shortcut kind of methods that were used to try and simplify the art style a little bit so that you could produce it a little bit easier. But it was a good compromise between the two, and I thought the art style looked fairly decent. The second that they moved into like the latter season of Dexter's Laboratory, I don't know what it is, but like the angular look of everything just looked ugly to me. Like something about it just didn't look right. And I couldn't put my finger on it. Steven Universe Future. I wonder what you mean by that. Like you didn't like Steven Universe Future, or like curious, do you like any of the versions of Ben 10? And if so, do you have a favorite alien from it? Mine is Heat Blast. I didn't really watch Ben 10. Not really. I knew what it was, and I saw like a handful of episodes here and there, but I didn't watch nearly enough for me to have any like strong opinions about it. The only thing that I kind of know about it is that I've seen comparisons between the early, well, you know, like the first seasons of Ben 10 and the reboots that they did where, like, you know, all of the characters were, like, older. And I don't know whether it was happening in, like, a different universe or something, but they definitely looked very different. And in my opinion, kind of like the original art style. I don't know what the heck it is about, like, the you know, the new stuff. It almost looked like, you know, like Batman the Animated Series. It almost looked like they moved to that kind of art style. Which, I mean, that's a good art style in and of itself. But I feel like that kind of takes away from the original charm of, like, the first version of the animation. But again, this is coming from somebody who literally did not watch the show! So you can just not pay attention to anything I say.
What are you talking about?
Exactly! Oh, you think Steven Universe Future could have been better? See, the consensus I heard from a lot of people was that Steven Universe Future was kind of a nice little book ending of the series, or like it was a nice expansion on what was already done in the main show. Once again, this is another one of those circumstances where I have not watched the show. So grains of salt are aplenty. There we go. Oh, God. I still need to get to the giant mushroom. Frickin' criminy. I'm trying to remember, like, what other reboots or, I don't know, interesting cartoon things exist. Well, okay, well, then we can talk about the Powerpuff Girls reboot. What the hell? Oh! Do I even want to open up that can of worms? Big old shroomy boy. Gigantic. While we're talking about Ben 10, which was the original, okay, the classic one, which was original seasons we're talking about. Ben 10 Alien Force and Ben 10 Ultimate Alien, the ones that look like they're from Batman Animated Universe, and Ben 10 Omniverse, where they had the largest change in animation style. Those are all set in the same universe. There's a reboot just called Ben 10, and that isn't canon at all. My brain hurts. So all of them happened all in the exact same spaces. Very weird. Oh, you want to know what? Okay, so wait. You want to know one series that I feel like absolutely I wouldn't call this a reboot, but I definitely think this was a direction change that I think was very stupid. Do you guys remember Rugrats?
Yeah.
How many people in the chat remember Rugrats or know what Rugrats is? Let's get a poll for that first. I'd like to know how much of my audience actually remember that, and how much I'm going to have to explain. Because it's been a while. I'm sure for many people, they don't even remember it was a thing. I love Steven Universe and I like Future. I just feel like they could have made it a little better with him not having so many existential crises. Oh, interesting. Super says they remember Rugrats. Chatty does not know it. Okay. So we have a good spectrum. Just like, oh yeah, I remember that. What the hell are you talking about? Okay. So the Rugrats was a show on television that aired for an incredibly long period of time. And it was a show about like a group of babies. And the babies, like, they were going off on their own crazy adventures and things like that. But usually the adventures involved like their very strong imaginations and them being able to, like, you know, imagine them in crazy scenarios, or, you know, basically a baby's imagination is so wide because, oh, they've never experienced the world before. And so they come up with these crazy ideas. And also, it tended to just be a story of what do babies think of? Like, what is a baby's thoughts? What is their perspective? Now, obviously, they didn't... It's not like they went existential with this. And it's not like they outwardly said that's what the story was, or just like, that wasn't the selling point. It was just, oh, baby misadventures. And, you know, it was a pretty good show. It really did go through, like, the whole, like, you know, what if babies were, I think there was one episode that it was literally about, like, falling stars. And it was, like, about shooting stars, and, like, all the adults were just like, yeah, look, falling stars, they're falling from the sky. And then Tommy Pickles, that's the main character, thinks that literally the stars are falling. And he goes to all of the other babies and be like, what are we gonna do? The stars are falling. What do we do? And then it goes into a gigantic Star Trek parody. I don't know why, but they just did. I don't know. I watched some of it as a kid. If I remember, I had some VHS tapes. Plenty of VHS tapes for Rugrats, yeah. But anyways, it was a really good show. And I remember watching a ton of it when I was younger. And yeah, it was just fun to watch, like, the quirky adventures of all, like, you know, the baby crew going off and doing their own baby things. But then, Nickelodeon decided they were bored and they wanted to go and do a special episode of the Rugrats, and it was called Rugrats All Growed Up. And the idea of it was, it's kind of the same concept of the Rugrats, where let's take the babies and put them in weird scenario, or like different scenario. So the scenario this time was, what if all the babies in Rugrats were grown up? And it was basically like, all of the babies became teenagers for this one episode. And it was interesting because it you know, you got to see what their personalities would have been as teenage versions of themselves. And it was just like, all right, never really thought about that. That's kind of neat. Let me guess, the dumb part where they grew up and became teenagers. You know what? As a one-off, it's interesting. It's kind of neat. Also, they did this thing where they subtly reminded people while they were watching that they were still babies at the end of the day, because every once in a while, like, they would make some kind of a grammar mistake. Well, not a grammar mistake, more like, you know, they don't know how to count. So somebody says, like, 4, and they hold up like 3 fingers. And I like that. That was a really good subtle nod, just being like, this is imagination. They're not actually grown up. This is another one of their fun little imagination trips. But yeah, no, as a one-off, that was kind of neat. As a one-off, that was kind of neat. You see where I'm going with this? I guess at some point, they ran out of things to do with the kids as babies. So they made the decision, you know what? The special did so well, we're just going to spin it off into its own little series. And they created the show All Grown Up, and it is literally just the grown-up adult baby characters, except they are going through their, the lives of teenagers and seeing what kind of antics they get into. But the problem is, the original Rugrats succeeded because the babies had absolutely no idea and perception of real life, and their imaginations can run wild, and kooky, silly scenarios can happen. That you can't do that with teenagers. Teenagers are pretty grounded in reality. Like, they know... Essentially, it was just watching these exact same baby characters, only now we get to watch their teenage angst. It's like, why? I don't know why we needed to view this. Like, this was an interesting idea at first. I don't want an entire series of this. And, I don't know if there's anybody who has some nostalgic connection to the show, but I can definitely say I tuned the hell out. I was just like, I don't care about hearing about the new teenagers who used to be babies and, like, them succeeding in their high school tests or whatever the heck. Or, like, I don't want to hear about their relationships. Like, I don't care. Who asked for this? What network executive was just like, yes, teenage drama and comedy is something that exists. Let's do that for the babies. Like, no. I'm upset. But anyways, and then they did a reboot of the Rugrats, and I have absolutely no idea whether or not it's gone anywhere, but they did a CG reboot, and gotta say, the Rugrats in CG is ugly as sin. I have absolutely no clue whether or not that show went well. I don't know if it's still even going on. I don't know if it's canceled. God, I hope it's canceled. I don't know. It's just kind of just one of those, like, it worked once in one context. You don't need to do it again. Never really watched that version of them. Only saw, like, an advertisement for, like, some special of, like, Angelica's 13th birthday on, like, either a VHS or DVD for something. I don't know. That's my extent of the knowledge to it. Yeah. There was an episode that was celebrating Angelica's turning 13. Oh, joy. Oh, boy, goody golly gumdrops. Like, whatever, man. My level of give a shit is low. So I would say that is not a good reboot. That was several bad reboots. I don't know. I think that's a concept that I feel like has kind of been it's been done, you know? I think we're done. No more of that. Oh, caterpillar. In my original state, I was simply a caterpillar. Of that, there could be no doubt. Okay. Good for you, buddy. It was self-evident. I think, therefore, I am. Oh, yeah, he's getting existential. What am I? But now I am in my cocoon. I still think the same, but I am not the same. I am liquid. Again, the whole concept of him just, like, sitting in his cocoon and sending out little text messages as protoplasm. I think, therefore, I jam. Shut the fuck. Go away. Good. Haven't watched the CGI one either, but I think the idea is, now that the kids are Gen Z and the adults are millennials or something, I think that's all really changed plot-wise. I mean, I'm sure that there's a lot of things that you can't really do from, like, a plot sense now that, like, you know, if you were to re-release Rugrats nowadays, I'm sure there are a lot of really outdated concepts that would confuse the ever-loving heck out of people nowadays. Now, keep in mind, the Rugrats was being made around the time that, like, the internet wasn't a gigantic thing. Or at least it wasn't as big as it is now. As well as, like, you know, cell phones are absolutely a thing now. There's a lot of stuff that's, like, very different now. So, I get the idea of a reboot just because, you know, in this universe, it really doesn't make sense to... I don't know. It's like the concept... I guess, if they're gonna be doing a frickin' reboot, why not just do... You know what? I think Nickelodeon's answer to a whole lot of their nostalgia bait, I think that is kind of the best option when it comes to doing reboots. Like, you've seen their made-for-TV movies recently, where instead of completely changing the art style, completely changing the writing style, and completely changing characters and their motivations and things like that, all they did was they brought in a bunch of the original acting, like, you know, the core actors. They brought in writers that are either the exact same from the original series, or ones that understand the series enough that they can do a pretty good facsimile of the writing. And then they get an animation crew which has, like, very strict boundaries for what kind of style they're going for, and the style is, like, pretty much a direct parody of what it used to be. I don't think that... It's not rocket science. Like, yeah, you've figured out a winning formula. Let's go with it. I mean, I'm not a fan of things becoming stagnant, and some things do need to be changed, but I don't know. I feel like you're kind of reinventing the wheel here. You mean like they did for Rocko's Modern Life, Hey Arnold, and Invader Zim? Hell yes! Oh, dude, I remember I saw those specials, and I'm just like, yes! Oh my god! They did such a good job! It just looked like the show, except in HD. Good freaking god! On top of that, like, these TV specials gave us an opportunity to get, like, some like, final, like, tying the... They tied off a bunch of the loose ends from the show that we never got resolution for. God, that made me happy! Also, I love that little fun fact that Richard Horvitz, you know, the voice of Zim, when he was asked to come back and do voice for Zim, he mentioned that apparently he was very self-conscious about that because he was like, you know, I've gotten older and I don't quite sound exactly the same as I did when I was doing the recordings for Zim back in the day, and I just feel like I'm not going to be able to pull off the voice. Like, I don't know. Are you sure you don't want to do some recasts? And, like, you know, I forget who it was who told him this, but he's just like, Richard, dude, you're fine. You are just fine. And yeah, sure enough, he is just fine. He can he can't hit some high notes that he did back in the day, but he still sounds like a great frickin' Zim. There we go. Nova is now asking what Invader Zim is. I am slowly becoming older and older as this conversation goes. Anyway, Invader Zim was an old show that used to run on Nickelodeon sometime like in the early, like the late 90s, early 2000s. It starred. It was all about a space alien who traveled to Earth, and this alien's mission was to take the planet over. And I guess, like, you know, there's an entire race of aliens who their entire mission is to try and conquer the entirety of the universe. So that was Zim's job. However, Zim is kind of a flunky. Zim is like somebody who, like, just kind of screws up on the regular, or, you know, he's very much not a favorite of the alien race that he's with. So he was basically told to go out to a random location in space and take over whatever planet that happens to be there. Conveniently, the planet that, the coordinates that they gave him was Earth. They actually did not know that there was going to even be a planet there to begin with, much less that there was going to be actual, like, life there and something that could be properly, conquered. So now the mission was Zim now needs to take over Earth. And so it's Steven Universe. Oh, hello. The hell you doing? Stop looking at me. All right. I don't know. Was there any Steven Universe stuff where it was aliens that were attempting to try and take over Earth? I don't know. I didn't watch Steven Universe. Shut your cat! But anyway, no, Zim is an absolute fluke and a half. And, like, any success he has is kind of just, like, it's not because of anything he does. It's despite the things he does, He sucks at being an invader, basically. However, he is, like, I don't know, like, I guess the entire point of the show is just watching his antics and the crazy stuff that happens with, like, his sciencey doodads and the stuff that he, all of the alien technology that he has at his disposal. The gems are aliens. Oh. Ah. Okay. Interesting. Pretty much what the main villains were trying to do and what the show is built on. Okay, so wait, but like so crystal gems, that's what they're called, right? Weren't the crystal gems kind of their main mission was to stop alien invaders then? Or, other crystals from taking over Earth? So can I make that assumption? Yes? Well, in Invader Zim's case, there is no, like, other aliens beings that are trying to stop Zim from taking over Earth. It's just Zim's incompetent, and he keeps screwing up. Yeah, that's kind of the entire crux of it. So that's kind of the difference. Also, Invader Zim is demented as hell. So no, I wouldn't call it an Steven Universe has got, like, a very lighthearted attitude on a lot of things. It has some dramatic moments here and there, but, like, yeah, for the most part, like, it's very, like, down, reasonable. I was gonna say down to earth, but that's a pun in and of itself. Invader Zim is just wacko. It is absolutely insanity. The ones that Steven friends, they're the good ones that decide to do that, but they do have a bit of a dark past. I'll say it that way, so not totally spoilery. Okay, cool. Weird. Interesting. But anyways, yeah, Nickelodeon made a new special for Invader Zim called Enter the Florpus, which is an amazing freaking name. And what's really nice is that, like, Invader Zim ended up kind of abruptly not being allowed another season. And the reason for that, I don't know the legitimacy of this, but this is kind of like the rumor that came out a while back. People believe that the reason why they got rid of Invader Zim and a lot of other, like, crazy experimental type of shows back then was because of the tragedy that happened on September 11th in 2001. And you probably know that one, or at least I certainly hope the history books are teaching you these things. But basically, around that time, I think there was some programming changes that happened around then that they kind of went, you know what? We don't really want to give people any, like, negative vibes or anything that could be too much to think about or something that's too heavy on people's minds. So something like Invader Zim is a little bit too off the wall, and maybe we shouldn't be running it again. Like, the seasons it got are fine. I think we're just gonna go ahead and call it a day for that series. And yeah, it ended up being shelved, which really sucks. But again, then that TV movie came out, Enter the Florpus, and like every fan of Invader Zim was just like, that was their heyday. That was when the announcement came out that was happening. I remember when the trailer came out. That was momentous. That was like, oh my god, he's back. the Invader is back. Empress versus Snab. I think Empress would actually beat the ever-loving piss out of Snab. Let's be real. I don't know. I've never seen Snatcher and Empress fight, so that's hard to say. I kind of have to gauge, like... I feel like Snab would probably win, but I'm also not entirely sure if... I feel like Snatcher would probably win in a fight against Empress. And by extension, I think Snab would. Hard to say. Not sure. Anyway... So there was that reboot on top of the fact that mushroom has a dirt shadow. Yeah. Goodbye, dirt shadow. And goodbye. Yeah. How? I don't friggin' know. Peck Empress's eyes out. He's a crafty little bastard. Here. Let's clean up the... He has multiple socks for each of his feet. Good stuff. Oh god, cleaning these socks are going to be obnoxious, aren't they? I'm with you on how they should do that sort of thing if they can't come up with totally original ideas and they're going to try to bring back a show. Make it exactly like it was, but add in new stuff that makes sense. Yeah. Absolutely. And by the way, I am by no means saying that we need to do nothing but nostalgia bait either. Like, no. I'm totally cool with, like, new things being created. In fact, there's a lot of talented people out there within the animation industry that absolutely need a chance to succeed. And, you know, we can't live off of nothing but old IP forever and ever and ever. You know, I would like to see some things shaken up. But what I'm saying is that, like, if you're going to do a reboot, you need to get people in place that are knowledgeable enough about the original series that they will do a decent job at whatever it is they do. Like, it's got to be people that, you know, if they're put in front of a table of options, they'll look at the table of options and they'll go, okay, no, that might work. No, oh, absolutely. No, sure, no. Like, you need to have somebody who will, like, you know, they'll go, yeah, maybe we shouldn't just make a CG, you know, replacement of the original series. Or like, maybe it's a bad idea to bring back a series that is more or less kind of dead in our society. You know, it's just like, it doesn't make much sense context-wise for this series to exist. But the problem is money tends to be the thing that overturns any decisions like that, so. Gotta make that good old dollar buck. It's kind of like how, I remember there was all that stuff about, like, you know, Crash Bandicoot got, like, a massive resurgence thanks to the fact that, like, Toys for Bob took over it and, like, you know, made the Insane trilogy and made it actually really, really good. So good that it got a sequel. And that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. Like, I'm not saying that things have to stay the exact same art style or the exact same, like, flow. I'm not saying you can't add new things at the end of the day. But what I am saying is that whoever you decide to get on board, they better know their history. And they better know, like, what made the series originally good to begin with. More shows need the X-Men 97 treatment. True! Absolutely true. Oh my god. I have not seen X-Men 97, but I've seen clips of it, and I'm just like, nostalgia! My heart! My God! It's just X-Men! It's just the animated series. Wow! He's like, you know what you're doing. He's insane. My God, look at all the freaking grime on this thing. Take care of your coat, man. Now it's allowed to be more adult because the audience has aged up and they can throw in a swear or show Wolverine tearing someone apart with his claws. That's a bonus. That's a big old bonus. Here we go. Is this line clean? I don't know, but I'm going to go over it once real quick. I think it's pretty much done. There we go. Yeah, it's weird to see, like, old cartoons basically getting their second wind. And, like, you know, the audience in question is so adult that people are like, you know what? Why not? Throw in a funny adult thing. To be honest, those kinds of things wouldn't be necessary for me to enjoy, but hey, I know it at least makes some people happy. Although, rather. Yeah. It's not necessary, but it's neat when you throw it in. God, that kind of reminds me of Samurai Jack getting that extra season. Like, that was momentous. There were so many people that were just like, but he didn't get back to the past. They threw him out before he could get back to the past. No, my boy. Give him his ending, you bastards. I've heard a handful of people say that they didn't like the ending to Samurai Jack, which I've heard little bits and pieces about that. I'm not going to say anything for spoilers' sake. But I've heard other people say that, like, you know what? Honestly, it's kind of like a touching final moment and touching final portion of the story. You know? I mean, you know, it's a lot more interesting of an end to the story than, oh, Jack goes back to the past and defeats Haku. You know, it's just like, we kind of knew that was going to be the finale. So, there's nothing necessarily wrong about having, like, a little bit of an extra, like, layer to the whole thing. Empress has the power of gun and cats on her side. But can snap thwart. Haku? Not that Haku. Talking about a different one. I'm talking about Haku. The extra thick meme. The one where he orders pizza. That one! And now he's also in multiverses. Man, I don't know. Everything. So there are announcements for things that come out in multiverses, and like every single time an announcement for multiverses comes out, my thought is two things, right? One and then another thought. First thought is, oh, neat. Second thought, I don't feel like playing multiverses. You know, like, nothing they've thrown into multiverses actually makes me interested in playing the game. Makes me sad. Maybe I'm just really tired out from, like, Smash. You know, maybe there's just been a little bit too much Smash hype. I don't know. Rip Mako. There is no character named Mako. What are you talking about? They don't exist. They never existed. Don't you know? Alright. What other Haku is there? Again, we're talking about Samurai Jack. And I'm sure you probably don't know what Samurai Jack is. That's another show. It's a show that was running on Cartoon Network back in the day, and it was all about this one like samurai warrior guy who was going up against like a very vicious villain named Haku. However, just before he could actually land the final blow on Haku, Haku used his his trap card, so to speak, and he opens up a portal where he sends Samurai Jack into the future. And so now you've got this like alternate universe future where Haku has managed to take over the entire world, and also it's basically a future world with a samurai in it. So now Jack has to come up with a way to return to the past, refight Haku, and then destroy and kill Haku so that he cannot take over the future. Essentially, and that was a very, very interesting show. I remember I watched quite a few episodes when it was still airing on Cartoon Network. Haku is a villain? Yeah, he is the villain of the story. But anyway, but then, tragically, Samurai Jack did not get renewed for another season, and we never got the ending to the series, which is very, very sad. That was until Adult Swim came out of nowhere and said, hey, guess what? We're picking up Samurai Jack and making another season. And it's running on Adult Swim. And people were like, oh. Because up to that point, Samurai Jack was like more or less like, it was basically like safe for all audiences, you know? Like there wasn't really a whole lot of blood and gore or anything that would be, you know, nothing that would scare grandma. However, now that it was going to be aired through Adult Swim, now that it was being made by Adult Swim, they were allowed to put whatever blood and gore and viscera they want. And yeah, there was a lot more action and a lot more like really cool sequences within the the new season of Samurai Jack that they had. And again, thanks to the fact that Samurai Jack got an extra season, it means that they were able to finally close the book on the story. So that was freaking cool. Haku versus Haku. I don't know enough about the other Haku. So couldn't tell you. I think I might have been a little too young for it when it was first airing. I remember some parts of the intro kind of creeped me out as a kid. I remember I thought it was rad. And I saw a couple of episodes. For me, like, the show, like, I think the animation style, I think similar producers or similar directors for, like, Powerpuff Girls or Dexter's Lab were making Samurai Jack. And this was kind of like their more adult version of, like, you know, that kind of animation and that kind of style. It was a much more, like, mature variation of the kind of art that they did in that studio. And it showed. Like, it was really freaking cool. There we go. Haku is a god. Well, Haku is, in Samurai Jack, is just a demon. So if Haku is a god, then Haku the god would probably win against, you know, Haku the evil demon guy. Like, if a very super skilled samurai is able to kill Haku, I'm fairly certain a god will take swift care of him. Oh, he's a water god. Woo! Caterpillar says to elaborate. Why aren't you... Turn into a butterfly, you jerk. When a caterpillar wraps itself inside a cocoon, it does not simply change from a caterpillar into a butterfly. I know! Again, you are currently in soup form. Can you please remain in soup form? Its head does not simply grow more refined, replete with its long, elegant tongue. I frickin'... You're weird. Hey, look, it's a Dargan, I think. Or a snail of some kind. To be fair, I think that skilled samurai also needs a magic sword in order to fully be able to do it. Oh, okay, that's fair. Its body does not shrink, grow hairy, and sprout wings. Oh no, the process is far more singular than that. Again, this guy is going through a hell of a metamorphosis right now, and yet here he is, tapping away on his phone. Haku isn't really God, though. He's the spiritual embodiment of a lake that takes form of a dragon? Oh. Huh. Ay, I'm your little butterfly. Green, black, and blue make the colors in the sky. Why do green, black, and blue make the colors in the sky? I have questions. I think if green, black, and blue make the colors of your sky, you've got big problems. I think Smile DK need to move. They need to find a new place to live. Odd lyric, no clue. Color theory.
Could also be looking
Alien
up.
planet. Oh, that's where Smile DK comes from.
Could also be looking up and seeing leaves on a tree. The green.
Okay. Okay, so we have green called for, and we have blue called for. Is the bark black? That's a stretch. I don't know. Wait, maybe that's the UFO. Did they see a UFO? Blue, black, and green cannot be possible. Major league pollution. Yeah, right. Me and my boys hanging out in Chernobyl. Ink from a squid is black. Then how did the ink squid get up there? And how is there so much of it that we count black as being a significant color up in the sky? I'm calling shenanigans on this scenario. Started when an alien device did what it did. Yeah, interesting. Do you think that maybe, like... Stop staring at me! Anyway. Do you think that maybe, like... maybe this happened in nighttime. The black represents the black color of the night sky. And then the green and blue could be the tractor beam? Do you think Smile DK was like... I don't know. Is the samurai an alien? Have we cracked the code? Oh, those are the fuse for relics of the... Oh, shoot, man, I forgot about that. I remember... Like I said, didn't really watch Ben 10. Saw a couple episodes here and there, but, like, nothing's really stuck. In the Japanese version, Haku is a god. I guess for the Japanese version, I will call that one, yeah, I'll say that, like, that version could probably beat Haku. I mean, funny enough, I feel like, Haku, the character in Samurai Jack, might have been influenced by, I mean, the show in and of itself has a lot of, like, Japanese overtones, so it was probably massively influenced by, you know, actual, like, characters within Japanese mythology. Medieval Europe looking at samurai is quite alien to them. The original is the best one. You can find it on Netflix if you ever want to give it a full go. I don't know if I'm massively interested in watching Ben 10, but again, I've heard great things about it, so... Aurora Borealis. There's an interesting idea. Perhaps an Aurora Borealis is happening with Smile DK. Ooh, did not think about that. Because an aurora borealis can have, like, green and blue, and also it can be black in the sky. There's an interesting thought. Aurora borealis at this time of day, in this part of the country, localized entirely within Smile DK's music video. Spirited Away is heavily influenced by Japanese culture. I certainly hope it is. Because, yeah, comes from Ghibli. Japanese as hell. Oh, how much more of this mushroom should I be taking care of tonight? I feel like we're getting slightly close to, like, something. One line of dialogue that says, this is a bathhouse for the 8 million gods. Bathhouses. That is, you know, that's a thing in Japan. I wonder, are there bathhouses in the United States? Or, like, in any capacity? I have to imagine the answer is no. But I wonder if, like, maybe there's, like, a tiny little niche corner of the country, or, like, you know, a specific location that would have one. Not that I've heard of. Bathhouses just seems like such an odd thing within our culture. Because, like, we are all very private here in the United States. And one of those things that we definitely don't want to be, like, subjecting other people to is, like, our bathing bodies. Do saunas and hot tubs count? Well, Sauna's a kind of different thing. I mean, hot tub is a lot more industrial, but I guess that's the closest thing to it. I mean, the entire point of a bathhouse is to actually go in and get clean. So, hot tub is definitely not that. Hot tub, you just get in and you, like, soak in water that is likely chlorinated. So, I don't know if that really counts. I mean, I know that saunas exist in the United States and also in Japan, if I remember right. So, you know, that's not an oddity. I don't know. I'm too private of a person, so I definitely would not go to a bathhouse. I don't know. If it's anybody else's bag, like, you do you. But no, I don't think I would. Nova would like to go. Hey, sweet. I wish you the best of luck. For me, I think, I don't know. There is something, like, super nice about having your own place to, like, have a nice shower, you know what I mean? Or, like, a nice bath. A nice private spot where, like, you know you are by yourself and you can just, like, relax into the water and just sort of calmly, like... The only one I'm going to let consciously see me naked is probably my future wife. Yep, yeah, I don't need anybody else to be, you know... I don't need to subject anybody else to that horror. But one thing that, like, my ultimate goal, though, is if I ever have the money and the flexibility to do it, I would love to get myself one of those, like, super fancy schmancy showers. I'm talking the crazy ones. The ones where, like, you got jets on the front. You got, like, you know, overhead, almost like rain level types of water that comes down on you. Heck, why not just have, like, jets coming from all different directions? Some over here, some over there, some behind you. Can't really put any in the front because that's where the door is. And the idea is you just stand there. Like, you could literally just T-pose. And then, like, you know, shower blasts a bunch of water at you. I don't know, maybe suds up a little bit. And then bing, bang, boom, you are completely clean in, like, 5 minutes lickety-split. I think that would be an experience. I'd probably try it before making any decisions on if I don't like it or not, but that's just how I approach things. That's fair. I think for me, I'm just way too reserved myself. Like, I grew up extremely reserved, and that's just kind of how I be. Pressure wash your body. Yeah, right. If you're not, like, jumping into the shower and losing at least, like, 2 layers of skin before you leave, are you really taking a shower? I don't think you're living. There we go. Clean up this mushroom. So I'm well aware of the fact that that is a thing that I could get onto at any point. Whatever, I like to live dangerously.
You must have good health insurance.
Health insurance? Who uses health insurance? If I die while power washing, I die. Freaking Christ.
What do you do if you wind up? What do you do if you wind up actually get injured? Do you just put yourself in one of those like Brita water filter things?
Well, so you mean like, you know, I go to get cremated and they're like, can't do it. Just I don't know, just put it in that bottle. Wah! Is it bad that my brain just goes, but a pressure washer to the body would rip your flesh apart?
Depends on how close you are.
Exactly. I'll just evaporate and then maybe turn to rain. Yay. I'm gonna ruin somebody's football game. The water cycle. It's the circle of life. Honestly, I feel like doing pretty good without getting onto the, you know, the extension over here. I'm imagining that I probably need to get up there just so I can clean the surface. I don't know, I got a vibe that that's probably what they're gonna make me do. There we go. Bit ruins local parade for hundreds of civilians, not clickbait. Yay! Sorry to rain on your parade. Quite literally. Whoop. I think I'm getting to a point where I might actually have to start getting, like, onto the extension ladders and stuff. Because I definitely can't, like, reach these areas very easily. What is our favorite meme? That's a tough one. Because it changes depending on the time of day. I mean, like, I get really bored of memes over time, and then I completely forget about them. My favorite one, here. I played this a little bit earlier. My favorite one at the moment.
500 cigarettes.
But again, that changes, dude. As it should, because meme culture is something that is constantly, you know, changing and flowing. There we go. How did this mushroom get so frickin' scuzzed? What did you people do? It's this one specific mushroom, too. Like, what? What absolute party did you run here? You know, with this mushroom around, you're not the only fun guy here. Never get tired of the Rickroll because I unironically love the actual song. Rickroll is eternal. Yeah, like I have never seen a song that encapsulates just being a trollish asshole in my life as a Rickroll. And it's such a wholesome meme too, because it's just like, ha ha, you got Rickrolled. But the joke is that you're getting played a fairly decent and fun song. But there it is. Also, on top of that, like, you know, the entire idea of a Rickroll is that you are not supposed to expect that it's coming. And so, technically speaking, like, the Rickroll can go into hibernation for extendedly long periods of time and then spring on you whenever it wants to. Like, it's kind of perfect in that way. Thank you, thank you. I'll be here for a little while. There we go. I think another classic is the troll face. Because the troll face has managed to survive many different waves of memes while still being relevant. Because, let's be real, what's more universal on the internet than trolls? They have existed since the dawn of the internet itself. Quite literally, actually. I'm gonna go focus playing Bloons TD. You guys have gorgeous time. And YouTube Bit, love your vids on YouTube. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Put a lot of friggin' work into those things.
Wait. Work?
Work? Effort?
Oh, you just go Control-C, Control-V, paste it in, and then all done.
Right. I thought it was just like, you know, a pre-generated CapCut video.
Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean you do work and effort? I cannot tell you how badly I would love it if Adobe just finally freaking, like, took off the leash and allowed people to be able to buy the freaking software again. I have been sitting on Adobe CS6 for years, and it's depreciating fast. And my stupid brain, I'm like, oh no! I've trained myself on this shit. No! What do I do? I mean, the answer is you get good, but still. No. Vaporeon is a really cool Pokemon.
And that's all that we'll talk about.
And that's it. Really, really cool. I think some of my favorite Pokemon are water Pokemon, though. It's the weirdest thing. Water has just been a constant in my freaking life. What the heck? Like, Squirtle, turns into, like, a death cannon at its final evolution, so I'm just like, oh, hell yeah. I'll take Death Turtle, please. silly little fish cat thing. That's it. Nothing else. Agreed. Charizard's my favorite. I love the big dragon fella, even if they don't count him as a dragon type until its X form, which is stupid. That is stupid. What the heck? He's literally a dragon. He has the wing, he fly, he shoot fire out of mouth. He dragon. At the very least, he big ass lizard. What the heck? I don't want to hear your technicalities. He dragon.
I think they just didn't want to actually give a very strong Pokemon starter.
Oh,
Because
you
I think
didn't want to give people like a dragon type right away?
that's what I think. Because isn't Dragon pretty strong towards a lot of them?
That's true. Dragon is pretty strong on a lot of fronts. I will forever love the heck out of Quilava, Fire Weasel Beloved. Oh, what's my favorite Pokemon? Because I have seen many over the years. Hard to say. I don't want to pick any of the starter Pokemon because that feels like the basic option. Oh, you see, while you have been working, I have completely deconstructed myself. I'm aware, you gross little bastard. Why don't you finish up your, decomposing metamorphosis bullcrap, and then we'll talk. I'm talking to a protoplasm here. I am now liquid, which is simultaneously remembering both what it was to be a caterpillar and what it is to be a butterfly. That's a good question. Does a butterfly remember what a caterpillar is? So the question's still, who am I, or what am I? Stop being weird. I mean, the caterpillar was a stoner. So I feel like these are the questions he would be saying. It's like, but bro, I am a caterpillar, but I'm about to be a butterfly. But I'm still kind of a caterpillar. So am I a caterpillar or am I a butterfly? Dude's like, I made myself into slime. Hello, I am level 1 slime boss. Exactly what I'm saying. This is just typical weed smoking, hookah smoking, brain thinking activity. Hell of a trip, I'll say that. I kind of feel like that I might actually finish up the mushroom tonight, depending on whether or not there's, like, an entire amount of mushroom I have to clean up above. I don't know. We will see. See, I have not had any of the Mary Joseph or whatever the heck. But I know of a few people that have. I guess it just ain't my bag. I'm not massively into the idea of, like, putting something in my body that inhibits my judgment or things like that. I'm sure for a lot of people it is incredibly fun and, they enjoy it very much. But I probably wouldn't do it just because I worry what, like, drug-inhibited bit would be like. That's a mystery I don't really want to solve. Never done drugs or alcohol in my life, but I do know of some people as well who have done it. I live with some of them. As my main rule when it comes to anything related to substance abuse, or not abuse, substance use, I should say. Number one, you should probably be of a reasonable age to do it. Like, be of an age where you can 100% consent to it. And number two, be responsible. That's it. You know? Treat it with the respect that you would give with any kind of substance whatsoever, you know? Like, same thing goes with alcohol, whether it be with, like, you know... I don't think there's a safe amount of cigarettes, despite the fact that we've been talking about having 500 of them. There we go. Time for another heart-to-heart, Lassie. Heart-to-heart! Let's see, can I... jump over here? Yep. Like you said, it just ain't my thing. Don't plan on doing it ever. Yeah. Like, my philosophy is, I'm already enough of a complete doofus without drugs. It's like, I can generate my own supply of stupid. I can turn off my inhibitions. You know, he says, the introvert. The guy who tries to, you know, has to, like, will himself by, like, 500, like, you know, 500 times the amount of will just to be able to have a conversation at a party. Voice actors are some of the most fun and entertaining people. Ah! No, you. I appreciate that. That's very nice. I try to be, like, a little bit more charismatic nowadays. I'm, again, massively introverted, though. For some people, they might look at that, like, or see some of the streams that I do, and they might be like, what? You? Nah. Wouldn't have thought it. I am a stupidly introvert. The frickin' anxiety and nerves, man. It eats at my spine. And it creates the spineless bit. Totally understandable. I'm technically an ambivert. A bit of both. I guess it depends on context for me. With the streams, I've gotten pretty good when it comes to having conversations on the streams. Like, pretty good at, like, you know, picking up on conversations and rolling with them. In person, yikes. Brain just makes the decision just like, nope, you ain't gonna be social today. Not from a lack of trying, man. Okay. Longest hose. To be honest, because of some childhood-related stuff, I don't really want to ever touch stuff like alcohol or cigarettes. Doesn't help that my family has a bad track record genetically with the stuff, so just not even going to test that. Probably smart. Yeah, that tells me that you know a thing or two about, like, you know, your chemical makeup. And that is very wise. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. Stop it. There we go. I keep on accidentally pressing the E button. There we go. What would happen if Conductor and Snatcher met? Technically speaking, they have in sort of a way in Hat in Time. It really depends on where they meet, I guess. Like, are they meeting at Snatcher's tree? Are they meeting, like, you know, on the train? Under what circumstances would they be meeting? Is this a friendly get-together? Is this just a coincidence thing? Yep. See, I don't know about that. There is a part of me that, like, I don't know if I want to be sober sister. You know, as much as I don't want to be the person that actively drinks at, you know, these functions, I also don't really know if I want to be the chaperone Because it's like chaperoning a bunch of children. And you're just like, oh, great. I have to make sure that you don't accidentally, like, you know, puke on an important person. Just like, I don't want to be handed the role of sober sister simply because, like, oh, hey, well, you're not going to be the one that's drinking. You never drink. How about no? Maybe I want to have fun. Maybe I want to enjoy my night, huh? Ever think about that? It's like somebody saying, like, yeah, no, this event ain't for you, is it? Nah, it's definitely not. I'll have a Dr. Pepper on the rocks. Shaken, not stirred. Actually, no, don't shake Dr. Pepper. It's a terrible idea. Explosions. Oh, you know, the other day, this is kind of random, but like the talk of drinks actually made me think of something. Bad idea, Fizz. I remember I just recently went and had myself a root beer float recently. Because I happened to be in a place that had root beer and also vanilla ice cream. And I was like, oh, super jazz. I was just like, I haven't had one of these things in a long time. Man, how refreshing. And then I had it. And I don't know if it was because of the way that I prepared it. Root beer float is a pretty basic thing, ain't it? Like, it's just, you put in a certain amount of root beer into a cup, and then you put a couple of scoops of vanilla ice cream in it. And then you put a straw in it. Ta-da. That's all root beer float is, right? I'm not missing any ingredients, right? Because I went and I took a drink of that, and I'm like, well, okay. I'm just like, all right. I guess it's nice. But I was just like, I don't know. I'm not blown away here. I just didn't get like that hard-hitting flavor here. Drink go boom. Explosive Dr. Pepper. The conductor and snatcher of said AU do meet, but really complicated. Oh dear. Oh dearie dearie. Spray that stuff. Okay, so the roof of this thing is completely clean. Which is good. I'm so scared. I am so gonna fall off. Dr. Pepper is actually my favorite soda. I have a little less than 12 packs at the moment. Oh yeah, I freaking love Dr. Pepper. Specifically, I don't usually get Dr. Pepper. The only time that I actually get Dr. Pepper is when I get the real cane sugar version. Have you had that? Oh my god. That stuff takes you to another planet, I swear to God. Like, having real sugar Dr. Pepper is like a religious experience. It kind of makes you realize, just like, oh yeah, wow. Soda is much better when you actually use cane sugar. Why did I just sound like Aristotle from Billy Bust Up? Oh god. I don't know when you send that message and I don't know what I said. Ooh. Okay. That's a segment of the stock clean. Sure, I'm missing a couple of the corners of the stock somewhere. Nothing to my knowledge. I just checked the ingredients online and they don't have it. So wait, so you're saying you don't think you've had real sugar Dr. Pepper? Because it exists. Usually you can find it in like glass bottles. Okay, I think there's pretty much nothing else up here. Whee! All right. Oh, hey, there's that little corner over there. Cat's staring at me again. No. Do you guys do yourselves a favor. Next chance you have. Mine says it has fructose corn syrup. Okay. Next chance you get, if you do drink soda, specifically if you're used to drinking sodas that have high fructose corn syrup, if you can find a soda that uses actual cane sugar, give it a shot. Because like I guarantee you, the flavor profile is going to be there's a chance that the flavor profile could be like significantly different, first of all. And two, it tastes like so much better, in my opinion. Like, high fructose corn syrup tends to be really sticky. And, you know, it just kind of, it feels sort of like it gums up your mouth a little bit as you drink it. Not significantly, but enough that, like, it's noticeable. When sodas use cane sugar, like, cane sugar is just so much smoother. And, like, it is so much easier to make, like, a soda a sipping drink as opposed to, like, you know, whop. Also, on top of that, like, using real cane sugar, it tastes so much sweeter than fructose corn syrup. So, again, that's another one of those. It makes it much more of a sipping drink. And on top of that, it just tastes crisper. So much more crisp. There's a couple different versions of soda out there that use, like, real sugar. Pepsi has already gone and made their own version of real sugar Pepsi, and you can find it in stores, most stores. And usually it's like in a specially marked package with like the old Pepsi logo on it, and it kind of has the like a soda shop vibe to it. And it's just the Pepsi formula, except they replaced the fructose corn syrup with real cane sugar. So Pepsi has that. Dr. Pepper has got a version that you can find in a few places. For a while, there was a special edition version of Dr. Pepper you could find that was in cans, and it used the old logos for Dr. Pepper. Specifically, I think the 10-4 branding that it used to have. And yeah, that harkens back to the old version of Dr. Pepper that used real cane sugar. So yeah, if you can find a 10-4 branded Dr. Pepper, usually you find it in bottles. That tends to be the real cane sugar stuff. So check the label and see if you can see a place that it says that it's real cane sugar. Another one, Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is like significantly different with real cane sugar. And specifically, you can find actual real sugar Coca-Cola made in Mexican Coke. Which kind of sounds like I'm trying to sell you a drug. But...
You meant bags?
Yeah, right. Anyway, no, so Mexican Coke, I guess, like, there's specific different laws in Mexico. I guess they have less of an interest in using cane sugar, or I think there's specific laws related around using cane sugar. So instead, factories that distribute Coca-Cola to Mexico, whether it be, I don't know if they have factories in Mexico that make it, or if they just, like, export it out to Mexico. But they actually use real cane sugar. So, there are some locations in the States. In fact, now that it's become a lot more popular in the States, it's easier to find. There's a chance that you could go to your local store, and if you find Coca-Cola bottles, specifically longer Coca-Cola bottles, and ones that, like, that, you know, they actually have Mexican labels on the side of them. If you can find that, you have found Mexican Coke. Look at the back of the label. If it says that it has cane sugar in it, you got it. Pick yourself up one of those bottles. Again, like, real sugar soda is, like, just so freaking good. Like, so crisp and so, like, delightful to drink. Definitely be on the lookout for it to try and see the difference. So far, the corn syrup one still tastes good. Yeah. Oh, corn syrup, like, it does the job. You know? It's like, yeah, make soda taste sweet. Make soda, like, makes people happy. But he's like, real sugar in soda is, like, a bit, especially When you've lived your entire life with nothing but corn syrup in soda, it's like opening your eyes. Now, I'm not saying that, like, you should be drinking real sugar soda all the time. Like, if you want to, hey, that's sweet. That's awesome. But, you know, I mean, if anything, making it a every once in a while treat, I think it makes it just that little bit extra special. I just wish that Dr. Pepper 10 to 4 was, like, more available in my area. That makes me sad. I get excited whenever I see it. Because I'm just like, oh, I've found the Holy Grail! I'm trying to remember, does Walmart carry it? I don't think so. Maybe some locations of Walmart's. I know Walmart has all sorts of weird stuff, so, yeah. Okay, time to clean up the top portion of this. Oh, look, it's the hookah! Neat. That's fun. What is this thing? Funny hat. Hey! How dare you? Kill. That's interesting. So the caterpillar climbed up this way. How many sections? Oof. There are a lot of sections of this mushroom. What material is this? Oh, multi-purpose. Gotcha. Prolonged eye contact. Prolonged eye contact. What's up with the Cheshire Cat in this version? Why is he the yellow and red one and orange one? Isn't he meant to be purple, or at least like gray? So Alice in Wonderland, or at least like, I'm trying to remember. Who was the author again? Oh God, I literally just looked it up. Frickin' heck. Anyway, no, like. Alice in Wonderland, or the Story of Wonderland, is not Disney's. It is actually owned by a different author. That's just like an interpretation of, like, you know, Disney's Alice in Wonderland is an interpretation of the storybook. And technically, Alice in Wonderland is public domain, and anybody can adapt it and turn it into whatever they want. The catch is, obviously, you can't be adapting it from somebody else's source, you know, so you can't just take Disney's Alice in Wonderland and turn that into your own, like, all right then. You know, you can't just, like, make your own Alice in Wonderland material from, like, from like, Disney. Because that's when the copyright breaks. That's when problems happen. Because technically, that's Disney's own interpretation of Alice in Wonderland. Now, like, I do know that there are a few people that sort of make little, like, nudge, nudge, wink, winks to Alice in Wonderland, and I'm sure there's a couple of things in this that do just that, but not enough that it's actually, like, lawsuit worthy. You know what I mean? The sound of your work is so soothing. Oh, yeah? I'm feeling altogether more myself again. Oh, boy. So, when we finish this up, are we going to have, like, a caterpillar hatch from the thing? Wouldn't it be wonderful if everyone had a cocoon in which to pop whenever the world got a little too much? Yeah, that certainly would be nice. Seen some really cool crossover art of Alice in Wonderland and Spirited Away. That'd be neat. I'm sure dear Alice could do with one right about now. Just everybody's freaking talking about Alice here. Alice this, Alice that. I wonder where she got to. Are we gonna, like... Is this all gonna end with us finding Alice? And also, I'm not used to the idea of there being NPCs in my funny Power Wash game. What? I guess we'll have to see. Never read the original book, so I don't know how it describes the Cheshire Cat, but Disney had to get the idea to make it purple somewhere, is all I'm saying. Well, the fact that, like, you know, this Cheshire Cat is the way that he is in this DLC, I'm willing to bet that's probably due to, like, again, some vagueness. Some vague interpretations that you can make of the book, probably. I don't know. The more legally distinct you can make it, the safer you are from the mouse. So, I will not blame anybody for basically being like, yeah, let's make the Cheshire Cat look like that. Who is the original cartoons and also went public domain and immediately became the horror franchise? Ah, yes. Good old Mickey Mouse. Don't worry about... I mean, you know. I'm trying to remember, like, people have determined that, like, there are... Oh, hey, look, something that I can block. How you doing? Anyway. If you ever needed a reason why I block URLs on my channel, bop, bada, bop, 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 bop. There we go. My hand just does not want to capture today. Come on. There. One of these days, if I ever get to a point where I actually have a significant audience, I really should get moderators. That is currently, like, my job and my job alone. And I probably shouldn't be, because, you know, I might get rapidly distracted by something else going on the screen. I will say, I'm trying to remember. I like that they did something different. Kind of psychedelic looking, and it's neat. Yeah, look at him. I like him. There we go. Now, I was reminded the other day of, like, follow raids. Follow raids are miserable. If you don't know what that is, basically somebody who has, like, a bot farm, and the bot farm just goes around and, like, rapidly follows, like, you know, sends, like, a mass amount of followers to one person's channel. And the entire point is to try and clog up somebody's notifications for the stream so that, like, no notifications can go through. Which is absolute garbage behavior, I gotta say. One of the laziest and most cash-grabbing things to do is take a beloved children's thing character and just make it something it never was meant to be, such as a psychotic murderer with a knife or something that eats people, like that weird Winnie the Pooh blood and honey thing. I can agree on a lot of fronts with that one. It also sounds really stupid and petty, what you just described. Oh, absolutely. Again, it's dumb. I've had that happen to me one time. And luckily, I mean, yeah, I'm not a gigantic streamer, and I don't have, like, enough notifications coming through where it's something to worry about. But, yeah, like, I think the frustrating thing about it is that you do need to... Oh, I'm trying to remember. I think, like, you do need to address that and, like, report it somehow. Or, actually, I'm trying to recall. I'm trying to remember if you actually have to report it or not. Or if you can report it in mass. Actually, I don't think you have to, because I remember I sent a message out to Twitch, and I basically told them, like, I think I sent it to support, being like, hi, I got, like, follow botted recently on a recent stream. Don't want these followers. Can you please do something about this? And their response was, oh, yep, don't worry, that is a known issue. We are, we're going to issue bans, and your account will have the reasonable amount of followers again. Which it did. So no worries from there. But I also heard somebody else say that, like, in the event something like that happens, you should be sending messages to Twitch to give them a heads up that you don't appreciate or approve of it. Because in the event that they do think you approve of it, they will ban you on account of, basically botting your account and botting followers. Which I think is really ass backwards. So basically just, setting the record straight. Just being like, no, just a heads up. I do not approve of these weirdos. No, leave them alone. Oh, yeah. No, I was talking about that whole Winnie the Pooh thing. Actually, it wasn't Winnie the Pooh. I remember there were reports about the whole, like, oh my god, the original Mickey Mouse is going to be public domain soon. Holy frig! And then literally, like, a day after they made the announcement of that whole thing, there were announcements of, like, like all sorts of things. Like, there was a horror movie, there was a video game, there was, like, all sorts of stuff. People were like, oh my gosh, look, it's Mickey Mouse, except in horror garb. And I think the issue for me, the issue is not that you're making Mickey Mouse or Winnie the Pooh or any one of these people, like, a horror movie thing. Honestly, whatever. Like, at the end of the day, there is a level of human creativity involved with the act of doing that, and I wouldn't want to tell somebody that they are completely not allowed to to iterate on something, especially if it's public domain. And I don't care about going up to bat for frickin' Disney. Who frickin' cares? I certainly don't. The thing that I have a problem with, personally, is the laziness part. Because you are right, there is a laziness element. It's the whole, like, haha, cheap thrills thing that I'm not a fan of. And also, it's just straight exploitation. It's just like, we have the ability to do this now, so haha, we're going to go do it. There's no real extra thought involved with it apart from just that. And I said this when Disney, when the whole thing happened and when Mickey Mouse became public domain. I said, like, I'm not going to be paying any attention to any public domain Disney thing at all for at least 3 years. Like, more if I can help it. And the reason behind that is that I feel that 3 years is enough time where somebody can have, like, enough time that they can brainstorm on an interesting idea that they can do with the property, as opposed to just, ha, Mickey Mouse horror lol. You want to know what I would do with the Mickey Mouse if I could? How to make him this grand adventurer that sails his steamboat from island to island in search of treasure, trying to uncover lost mysteries, and maybe even have a plot where he's trying to save his girlfriend Minnie from Pete the cat, who has her trapped somewhere, and Mickey's got to figure out where she's at. Yeah, there is absolutely nothing wrong with, like, iterating on something and creating more of something, and that is exactly what you would be doing there. Like, you'd just be taking the story and, like, adding extra context and the interesting elements on top of it. So yeah, that would work. But yeah, no. For me, it's like when somebody decides that they want to add, like, spooky childhood character to a thing, they're only doing it because of, like, the shock factor of it. They're doing it because people are going to talk about it, and it's free advertising, essentially. And I guess that's one way to get your name out there, but you will also forever be known as the jerkbag that went and turned, Mickey Mouse or Winnie the Pooh into a horror flick. That's your legacy from here on out. If you're cool with that being your legacy, all right, go for it. But yeah, that's your consequence, man. My God. This thing is taking very long to clean. Okay. Was not easy to get on top of this. Please stop. Go away. I feel like I can't have a moment to myself here. They did that to the Grinch, which I'd say at least makes a little more sense because of the lyric, "You're a monster, Mr. Grinch," but I still don't think that's great. Yeah. I mean, the Grinch in and of himself is a monster, kind of, to a certain extent. Not like, a super horror monster, but a monster, so you could kind of make that connection. Again, just lazy. There might be a Spirited Away live action show. Interesting. I have not heard about that. Wonder how that would go. And also, who would be making it? I think that's going to be very important to figure out whether or not it's actually like a good quality production. I mean, funny enough, this is almost like steam cleaning. Almost. Ta-da! Okay. Dunzo. Let's clean this table with the fez. Again, I love the walking tables. Bum bum bum. Do 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 do. Ha ba ba do. Okay, where's the rest of the smelly on this table? Oh, it's underneath. Yuck. Is this Subcon music? No, this is Mafia Town. This almost looks like an Oreo. Kind of. It's a little like an Oreo. Okay. Now let's clean the hook up. Oh, automatic bubble blower. Yep. That's what it is. It's a bubble blower and nothing else. Sure. Let's go with that. To be fair, I guess somebody could ask me, well, what's the difference of someone making a childhood character into an actual horror movie and making them into a creepypasta on the internet, which I probably would... I'd probably answer, usually the creepypasta on the internet is just for fun, that someone does without the intent of making money out of it. Yep, no, that's kind of it. Intent. That's a very large portion of something like that. I don't think... yeah, if you want to, like, futz around and do a goofy story, like, go for it. But it's another thing to be like, I'm going to do a goofy story about turning this character into an evil villain because it's going to get me attention and eyeballs. And it's going to get me the money. Like, for me, I've gotten to a point in my age where I'm like, you know what? The second capitalism touches anything, that's the moment immediately I have skepticism, you know? Oh, yeah, it is Mafia Boss is Gone. Or, yeah, it is the one where Mafia Boss is no longer around. Although right now I believe we are listening to the regular Mafia Town's sound. Doom bum bum bum. Doesn't Barnaby have a hookah? I don't know this. This thing is very well defined. Much detail. Bum, ba, da, da, dun, dum. So shiny. I know. So cool. The shine looks different depending on where you look at it. So shimmery. Aromatics. Aromatic. You know what? Yeah, I guess you could call it that. It's an aromatic of some kind. Sure. What's a fictional world that you think you would love to live in? It's hard to say because every fictional world has got its ups and downs. For me, it'd have to be somewhere that I like, you know, somewhere that would be like relatively safe. Because I ain't one of those people that like, you know, I don't like to live dangerously. I think, like, if I was allowed to just live in the universe and not necessarily do any of the space travel, God, I would love to be in the Star Trek universe, like, so hard. Mainly because the Star Trek universe has come up with all kinds of different scientific advances in modern society.
Just hope you don't wear a red shirt.
Oh, yeah, don't wear
We're
a
going
red
to
shirt.
find a red shirt.
I didn't say I was actually on the Enterprise, sir. I just want to live in the, you know, in the universe itself. I'm well aware of the fact that, like, if in the event you do decide to go and do the whole, you know, fun space explore adventure thing, you are kind of risking your skin on that one. However, just for the sake of being able to, like, live in an environment where, a lot of advances in modern medicine and science exist, I think that would be worth it. I think there are a lot of technologies in Star Trek that I would be very happy to be able to be using. The holodeck, which would be freaking amazing. Basically, like, a place where literally anything and everything is possible and you can live out whatever fantasy you want, whether it being, like, you know, a super pop star, or it being like the action hero that you always wanted to be, or, you know, like just hanging out in a bar with chums, something as simple as that. I think it would be really fun to be living in the Star Trek universe for that. You know, the matter manipulation stuff where you can, like, make food of any type, no matter what it is. If I get my own team of Pokemon, I would love to live in the Pokemon world. I guess the Pokemon world does have a lot of pluses to it. Though it seems like the Pokemon world is, like, it's threatened by, like, the threat of extinction, like, all the frickin' time, and there are literal gods that exist that just kind of show up. And it's like, it's just a matter of fact that, like, oh yeah, God exists, and he's a Pokemon. And you're just like, what? Oh God, no. I might need to get out a special extension for this one. Oh. There we go. Get into the hard nooks and crannies. If I had a full team of Pokemon to protect me, and all that is my condition, as long as I don't pick my nose somewhere it shouldn't be, I think I'll be alright. That's fair. If I can be funny and be like, you know, Star Trek, but not on the ship. I think you can be Pokemon, but I'm not going to fight God. This mushroom over here. Listen to that go. Imagine how fun it would be to be in the world of Hat in Time, just getting to watch all the silly antics happen. Oh, happen from a distance, I guess. Maybe. But again, also there is the fear of and the threat of complete and total, like, you know, societal collapse because Mustache Girl just needed to get all of the timepieces. There we go. Okay, I am currently looking for mushroom cap segments. Where are those? There are so many mushrooms here. It's, I don't know. Oh, is it on the tree somewhere? Oh, it's on top. Brain. Spirited Away, I don't care if I would lose my freedom. I would get to be in my favorite comfort movie. Fair enough. We all have our own dreams. Okay, so a bunch of the segments on here are not quite clean. Ugh, God. I feel like that's not going to be an easy thing to find. How old do you think normal people like us could handle living in Sonic's world? What are the chances of that, or what do we have a better chance of? Also, see, I don't know. I mean, we have Sonic 06 to look at. And we know that... Dang it. We know that some people do exist in the Sonic 06 universe. I don't know, I think we'd probably live okay. Although I don't know if we would be able to do the whole, like, speedy run around kind of thing. You'd give anything except for your dream of being a voice actor. Do you think voice actors exist in the Spirited Away universe? Maybe you can have your cake and eat it too. Alright, so I'm assuming that there's probably a couple of, like, seams. Would you rather live as a normal person in Sonic's world, or would you want to be an anthropomorphic animal of some kind? I think I'd have more fun as the anthropomorphic hedgehog. I mean, you definitely would have more fun with that, just because, yeah, you would get, like, superpowers and things. And I would much rather have superpowers as opposed to not. So, yeah, I would definitely go for that. As for what the heck animal I would be, God, I don't freaking know. Probably cat of some description. Damn! Why does this mushroom need to be so squeaky clean? You caterpillar stoner bastard. There we go. Ayo, boys. Okay. Bridge lanterns. Would you be a hydrokinetic cat? I mean, there's always a fennec fox with that ability, but do you think that works for you? Hydrokinetic. That sounds interesting. Oh, there it is. What angle do I need to hit? Okay, boing. Freaking Christ! it's been so quiet. Thank you, Silver. Good to see you. Just been chilling, having a moment, and then suddenly, hello, items. What's the next lantern here? Oh, there. Waterbender from Avatar. That would be freaking awesome. I think that'd be fun. As long as I don't turn into chaos. You know, let's not make me chaos. Bridge posts. Oh, God, no. Oh, man. I tried so hard to make sure that I cleaned these bridge posts. Wow, 27 out of 28, really? Hey, considering in the comics there's like this cuttlefish guy who can shapeshift, I'd love to have something like that. So much chaos to be had, and I get to not have gender dysphoria. Hey, heck yes. Two birds with one stone. Butterfly Shrine Plinth. The heck's a plinth? Oh, that guy. This thing's got some weird angles on it. Is it up here? It's hard to say. This thing's in the sun, and it's kind of like it's messing with my my superhero vision to be able to see like gunk and filth. Hey-oh! Okay. Small mushroom stalks. Are we talking these things? How many did I have? 2 out of 3. Oh, you. Yeah. Okay. Where they? What? Floor! That freaking... I don't understand. What did I do to you? What did I do to you? Oh, Lord. Oh, washing line posts? I tried so hard to get those things clean. Anyone else here actually have a Sonic OC? I keep trying to pop the bubble. It's not working. Die. Anyone else here have a Sonic OC? Got one named Cameo. Green hedgehog that wears a pair of V-shaped glasses, leather jacket, fingerless gloves, black undershirt, long pair, black pants, pair of green and black sneakers. He's at least as fast as Sonic, Adventure Era Sonic, and can shoot quills out his wrists and do lightspeed dash. Interesting. See, I've never had a Sonic OC myself. I grew up as like a Mario guy. So that was my bag. That was what I was interested in. Okay, one thing left, and I ah! Yeah! Frickin' pie, son of a... Ew. Anyway, yeah, I left this to last. So we're going to spray this down. The funny cocoon. And if something breaks out of this thing when I finish it, even better. Grew up on Mario, Sonic, and Pokemon. Yeah, for me, it was like Mario, Pokemon. Okay, well, there's a bunch of N64 classics like Banjo-Kazooie and all that stuff. I like Mario 2, my second favorite video game character. It doesn't take much to make me happy. Basically, if Mario is in a video game, you know, the smile, it happened. And if it's a platformer, even better! So. Sonic is my number one, but I figured I'd clarify it anyway. Hey, no problem. This ain't the 90s where there was a culture war, man. Everything, you know, everybody is allowed to enjoy the things they enjoy. And Sonic is very, very good. There was a dry spell at one point. You know, I will not deny that one. However, I mean, Sonic fans are, like, eating good recently. Like, there's been some amazing animation. There's been, like, great, like, games being released. There's been really good social media presence on a lot of things. Glad people can be friends now and not have to like the exact same things. Dull world when everybody is the exact same person. All right, here we go. This thing's almost completely cleaned up. Could I perform a trick shot on this cocoon? It was worth a try. Ta-da! Metamorphosis. Oh, clean the... I got an achievement for cleaning the cocoon last. Rad.
Hey.
I didn't think that would happen. Anyway. So, there we go. There you go, Zip Zoom. Took an entire chunk of a stream just to do this. Whoop! Not a speck of millipede footfall to be found. How wonderful. I stand emerged from my chrysalis atop my mushroom in a glorious sunny spot. Can I see this, please? Anyway. My wings are sprouted. You should see them. They look finer than a... Can I see it, please? Jesus. Just in time, too, if I'm not mistaken, it appears to be exactly the moment to discover just how much bigger the world really is. Woo. So how many more levels are left? Oh boy, is the Mad Tea Party. Here, let me check this. I'm gonna say there's probably like 2 more levels left. So that'd probably be enough for an entire stream. But again, there actually was some new levels that was added, I believe in bonus jobs. Yeah. So we've already done a couple of these, like Odd Jobs. Muckingham Files Part 1. Muckingham. Okay. Ow! Why? I'm just standing here and commentating, man. I don't deserve that. Anyway, Submarine and Aquarium. Oh. No. Wait, hold on a second. Purchase and download. You will now be... What? Okay, I'm pretty sure it's free, though. I think. I'll take a look at it a little bit later. Brain desires chaos. You know what? That's fair. Ooh. You're hitting me with stuff. Anyway. Fart. I think I'm going to get off the screen just so that, like, the bullying stops. Because it's the visual, right? You guys are here to watch the torment, right? Huh? I think so. Yes. Seems about right. Heaven!
Papa.
And with that... Somebody just threw an acorn at me. Thank you. Creepiest did that. Thanks. I appreciate your watching and throwing things at my face. I'm just here to see the funny waterman play a video game. And I appreciate that. Okay, I've just had a confetti thing thrown at me. Stop it. You're making me commentate on the things that you're throwing at me. Anyway, I'm going to unplug this hand tracker. Warm jerk. All right, so plans for the next couple of days here. Now again, I am going to be playing the Sam and Max game that was gifted to me by Nova Starlight, not Nova Star Art, Nova Star Light. I'll be playing that next Wednesday. So if you're interested in me diving into Sam and Max, which is something I have never dived into, that might be a good stream for you to come and check out. On Saturdays, I have finally dived back into Undertale Yellow, and I am having a hell of a time on that one. Can we just make it canon, please? I'm really enjoying myself. Anyway, that is happening on Saturday. You said Nova. Me. No. Nova Starlight, not Nova Star Art. Different people. Anyway, so yeah, I'll be playing some more Undertale Yellow next Saturday. I'm enjoying myself very much with that one. And then, again, we are going to return Sunday for a little bit more pressure washing shenanigans. Probably going to be finishing off the Alice in Wonderland type of thing. And, yeah, then I guess we'll just move directly into the Muckingham Files thing, because why the heck not? It's there. It's things to clean. All that jazz. Okay, I am going to take off here. Thank you guys very much for coming out. Do you want to say anything, Shoop, before we leave? Oh! Shoot. Shoop, I just realized. Whoopsies. So I didn't copy the sound, over to the other side of the thing. Oopsies. My bad. Let me head over to the game channel real quick. Yeah, sorry. I'm gonna copy this and bring it back over to the end screen. There. Sorry, what were you saying before I rudely interrupted with my incompetence?
Yes, you just didn't want me to actually say farewell words to the people. But I actually was asking, are you good at typing words?
I'm more of a hunt and peck kind of person. Why you ask?
There may be an amusing game you might get a kick out of.
Okay.
After I'll talk to you more about it.
Is this a new game or something that came out a while ago?
I want to say maybe a while ago. But if you actually take a look at Steam, you can see what I'm currently playing.
Do tell. Let me see.
If you want an idea what it is.
I'm gonna look at the store page. I think I've seen you playing this a couple of times.
Yep.
Oh. This thing. Wait, is this thing multiplayer?
Nope. Single
okay.
player.
Oh,
Single
okay. It just
player
has like
period.
a bunch of other characters fighting against you. That's kind of neat. Overwhelmingly positive. That's kind of cool. I'm gonna add that to the wish list just to keep it on record. Okie dokie. Hey, thanks for the recommend. I'm gonna take off here. And thanks for coming out, everybody. Have a good night.
Bye.
Good night. Add button.